Yeah, motherfucker, yeah. What's up? Shut up. Don't talk to me. You're all fucking stupid. I'm just joking. I mean, I'm not really, but hey, you know. I forgive you. I forgive you for your stupidity. It's great. Early, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut the all right, I'm sorry. I need to calm down. Get some of this in me. Hey, one German dude. What up? Whoa. YouTube notification. YouTube notification. YouTube notification. It's the greatest in the nation. YouTube. Noda. Ficky. Shun. YouTube. Noda. Ficky. Shun. Anyway, what's my favorite movie to watch for Halloween? Halloween. Bitch. Bitch. Sorry, I don't know why I'm in a mean mood right now. I feel like abusing you guys. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. What's the Vaush discussion going to be about? I don't know. Whatever. I watched The Silence of the Lambs for the first time the other night. Cool. Good, I guess. I don't know. Do you like it? You know, abuse Vaush? Yeah. Yep. Still haven't gotten that cheese. Galen, I'm just going to get you some, dude. Your birthday's coming up. It's going to be part of your birthday care package. I already know exactly what you're getting. You're still cooking, right? Your health hasn't deteriorated to the point where you can't cook, right? Because if it's that bad, then I got to change your gifts. But if you're still cooking, I know exactly what I'm getting you. I don't want no damn Eternals. It looks terrible. Do I have a feud with Anna Kasparian? No. I don't think I have a feud with Anna Kasparian. Well, then I know what gifts I'm getting you. In fact, well, your birthday's not for like 20-some days, so whatever, I don't have to order it yet. But I probably should get it soon. Some of them want to use you. If any of you guys remember some shit I've disagreed with Vaush on, remind me of it, because I'm trying to bring up shit we disagree on to make a more lively conversation. I have a few things written down, but I'm trying to remember other shit we might fucking disagree on. Am I wiser than Vaush? Who gives a fucking rat's ass? I remember you saying you dislike the Young Turks. Yeah, I'm not really a huge fan. And, you know, Anna Kasparian, she annoys me, especially because, you know, when my wife was going to school, she fucking, I mean, she wasn't my wife at the time. She was a high schooler. But she was like one of these people who didn't, like, refuse to say the pledge, and it became, like, a big deal, and it was, like, on the news and shit. And TYT picked up the story, and Anna Kasparian was basically just like, you know, she's just looking for attention or whatever, you know, just say the fucking pledge, get back in line. It's like, so that makes my wife hate Anna Kasparian, which makes me hate Anna Kasparian. So I have to fucking back Chelsea's play. If Chelsea hate that bitch, I hate that bitch. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah, bicycles. Where's he stand on that? That's an important fucking question. That's maybe. I don't know. I'm putting a question mark by that one. Yeah, I already have overpopulation. Here's what I have. I have cliques, because there was a guy. I'll explain that when it comes to it. He has like this no true socialist fallacy that he does. Gambling, I disagree with him on. Overpopulation, I heard we disagree, but I've never been able to actually find one of his takes on it. So I don't know. Rick and Morty, we disagree on. Nihilism, I guess we disagree on, although I don't really understand how we could, but I'm going to get to the bottom of it. There was like the Pornhub and Kink at Pride stuff. I have that low priority because it was already like discussed to death in its heyday. But, you know, if we like run low on topics and it's like we still got fucking some time to go, we could fucking dredge that one up. Yeah. So that's what I got. So I don't know. Maybe there's some other stuff. Vaush is not late. I'm supposed to talk to him in 1 hour's time. Yeah, we didn't disagree on much last time. That's why I want to bring up shit we disagree on. Galen is not impressed. Galen's like, Vaush, huh? Yawn. Overpopulation is a myth. We have enough space for everyone. Shut up. You're so stupid. Don't give me that bullshit. It's not a matter of space. It's like saying there's enough fucking space in your house to hold like 300 people, technically, so therefore it's a good fucking idea, and it's not going to cause any logistical issues. Like, space is not even the fucking issue. It's resources. And it's fucking carbon footprint, and it's a number of other fucking things. The no true socialism fallacy is the one I'm interested in. Yeah. I'm pretty fascinated to see what his response to that would be, bringing that up. Fight to the death. Yeah. Yeah. This might be the best face paint you ever did. I don't know. Maybe. I kind of like the one I did yesterday better. It was more basic, but whatever. This is fun. This was an expression of myself in the moment, for I am an artiste. Global warming, ha ha ha, you are dead. Yeah, I love it. I love the globe. I love it warming. It's getting hotter, you know. You move to Maine now, and then, you know, in a few years, it's like Fiji, you know? It's pretty cool. Infrastructure is also affected by overpopulation. Right, sure. Everything is. Especially as less and less land is becoming usable. Humanity is expected to survive on smaller and smaller swaths of the planet. It's interesting hearing an American advocating for a welfare state like the Danish one from a Dane who already has it. It's great. Keep fighting. Yeah, well, it's pretty much a non-starter here. We're ruled by fucking billionaire oligarchs, and they don't want it, so we can't have it. 99% of us could and probably do want it, but we can't ever have it because we're not the rulers. And the government, ostensibly a democracy, is not responsive to our needs whatsoever, so it's like, whatever, eh? Just give up. Just cry about it. See, you should listen to the new album by Dream Theater. No, I should. Why? Why should I do that? What's wrong with eating bugs? Just cover it in barbecue sauce. First of all, bugs, the idea that bugs are, like, immune to, like, the coming climate catastrophe and shit, or the in-progress climate catastrophe, let me just fucking insect population decline. A 2020 meta-analysis by Van Klink and others published in the journal Science found that globally, terrestrial insects appear to be declining in abundance at a rate of about 9% per decade, while the abundance of freshwater insects appears to be increasing by 11% per decade. So I guess we can eat freshwater insects, but overall, the insect population is in decline, pretty precipitous decline. So, I mean, the idea that, like, well, even after all the other shit's fucked, we'll still be able to eat bugs. It's like, not necessarily. Like, you know, it doesn't seem like the bug population is like a super stable thing to rely on either. You're not gonna have bugs either. You're just gonna starve to death. Okay? You gotta learn to eat jellyfish, because yeah, they're flourishing. You better learn to love the taste of jellyfish. That's all I can say. I feel like I left last night, you were complaining about billionaires, and I joined now, and you're still at it, lol. Well, you know, they're fucking the source of all the fucking problems in this country, so, I mean, I don't know. It's like, if every day there was like a new alien attack, I'd be constantly talking about aliens. But since we're not under attack from aliens, but billionaires, I'm going to constantly talk about them. It's not really about the insect population. That's bugs reproduce way faster than animals and can like more likely get more protein. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, if you don't even have a supply of bugs, like the bug supply is threatened, you know? So, I mean, it's not like this idea is, you know, we're not going to be able to sustain these larger organisms, but we'll be able to sustain bugs. But, like, you know, the data doesn't really convey that. I guess it might be easier to harvest bugs, but, you know, they're just as threatened as anything else on this planet. Not really, lol. Capitalism is the problem, not the players. I mean, I guess I can get with that on a systemic sort of level, but the problem is that, yeah, they're the creations of capitalism, but they're also like the engineers of why capitalism, or one of the main reasons why capitalism is so problematic for this country, and so like counter to democratic inclinations, because they're able to subvert the political process and make it work to their ends. And I think we all understand that. Bugs have parasites. So do fish. So do humans. So do every organism has parasites. Like, what does that mean? Talk about wild insects, buddy. Insects are more sustainable because large farms can grow upwards. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that we find ourselves more and more unable to sustain our own populations. You know, because we're experiencing shortages of everything right now. You know, I went to go buy pumpkins to carve jack-o'-lanterns for Halloween. There's a pumpkin shortage. I went to, there is a Christmas tree shortage. There's a shortage of pretty much everything at the grocery store. There's a labor shortage. There's shortages all over the place. In California and pretty much the entire western third of the country, there's water shortages, which is pretty important considering, you know, a gigantic amount of our crops are grown in California. I find it funny there are conservatives who fly the Confederate flag next to the American flag and claim patriotism. The Confederates are terrorists. Yeah, well, these people have never had a problem with cognitive dissonance, right? Seems like you like capitalism when it's convenient to you and you don't when it's not. See the problem with that? I mean, I don't really like it when it's convenient for me. It's really never convenient for me. Like, what do you think is, like, give me an example of, like, a time when capitalism's convenient for me, and I'll tell you why I disagree, or I'll concede the point if it's a good thing. Thanks, Biden, for the shortages and inflation. Has nothing to do with Biden. Has to do with a global pandemic and climate change, but all right. Yeah, like, anything good about capitalism could be done under a different system. I believe that. True. Enjoy that closed mind. I'm sure it's warm and cozy. You talking to me? Do you think Biden's capital gains tax proposal is a good idea? I think a capital gains tax in general is a good idea, but I haven't looked at his specific proposal because I don't look at specific proposals because it's boring. I'll leave that to someone else. That's not my lane. Cynic sounds like my dad, haha. Cynic sounds like everyone's dad or their crazy uncle. But whatever. So the future needs crazy uncles too, I guess. When you grew up with a millionaire growing up. Yeah, that was not great. Vaush consistently supports intervention in countries like Syria, incrementalism in America, CIA, new Cold War talking points on China and Russia concerning interference and Muslim genocide. He sucks. I mean, Russia and China both do interfere in our elections, just as we interfere in theirs. There is a Muslim genocide happening in China. It's really not controversial. It's pretty well documented. I mean, I don't know. Seems like those are reasonable enough talking points. I don't believe in intervention in Syria. I don't really think of Vaush as an incrementalist. I think that he's a pragmatist who believes in approaching social change from multiple angles. I think he understands that incrementalism can't ultimately be the solution, but also you can't just wave a magic wand and change things instantly. Well, we could, but we're just not going to. So if you can make incremental change towards something more positive, you do it. Why wouldn't you? I mean, I don't understand people who put their faith in incrementalism, but I also don't understand people who totally dismiss it because, like, yeah, getting better by increments is still better than not getting better. So I don't know. Vaush is a lib, that's all. See, this is why Vaush's no true socialist fallacy is so annoying to me, because so many people pull it on him. It's very controversial in the global south, buddy. Many Muslim countries have affirmed there is no genocide. I don't care. I don't care. My dudes, are you ready for some radical pragmatism, my bro? Yes, I am. Makeup looks like Darth Maul versus seagulls. Yeah, I get it. Like the white is shit. I get it. Vaush is against gambling. Where do you stand on that? It's already on my list of disagreements, so I will be bringing that up. It's pretty early on in the list. I kind of look like Vaush if Vaush looked different. What a statement. Destiny greater than Vaush. Okay. What are your big disagreements? I have here, I have two small disagreements, and then it's gambling, overpopulation, Rick and Morty, nihilism, maybe bicycles, Pornhub and Kink It Pride takes if we have to dredge that up from like a million years ago. But that was something we disagreed on, so. Does Vaush think UBI is a good idea? I have no fucking idea. Why don't you ask him? I guess I could ask him for you. I don't know. I'll add it to the list of potential subjects. I guess I'm mildly curious. Hearing the overwhelmingly against me chat and ideas helps me learn and see things from a different point of view. Okay, cool. I mean, that's good, right? Do you think the new AVGN content is good? I think it's good, but I don't think it's as good as what he used to do. And I think it's because I don't know, it feels more forced than it used to. Like when he used to curse, it felt very natural. Now I feel like when he curses, it feels like he's doing the character or whatever, you know? I don't think that, you know, whatever. It's still cool. I like it. I like that shit. TJ and Vaush both talking. Original language is going to puke. A little VDS going on. I'm going to talk to Vaush about the quality of his haters. I think he needs a better caliber of hater. It seems like they're pretty sad. I need toilet paper. I'm stuck in the mall bathroom right now. Help. Oh, shit. Vaush is a smug narcissist. It's probably why I like him. Let's hope he doesn't eat it afterwards. What? Who's eating what now? Oh, origin of boogers, yeah. Wow, a three-way talk would be cool. You should ask them if it'd be cool. What? A three-way talk with who? Spaghetti. Spaghetti. Destiny's more. I don't want to. Ugh. Destiny. Ugh. 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 Speak not of that shit, please. Why don't you talk to him about you're running for president? That's a good idea. President. Yeah. There you go. TJ, do you need coffee? That'd be cool. Or like a Red Bull or something. I guess I'd prefer coffee, but Red Bull's fine too. Caffeine's good. I can't remember if I took my fucking pill this morning. I think I did. I don't like death. Oh my God, he's just annoying. Just whatever. I don't care. I don't even want to talk about it. AVGN's content is almost completely produced by Screenwave Media these days, and he keeps saying it's because he's a family man now. Good reason, I guess, but his content did fall off. I don't know. I mean, whatever. It's like you're supposed to be on top of your game forever. Let a motherfucker coast. He's got some accomplishments. Let him coast. I'm projecting at this point. Let me coast, damn it. I don't want to have to be good anymore. What inspired your writing a novel? I always wanted to... Well, what I really want to do is direct movies, but I've kind of realized that no one's going to give a fucking lazy, degenerate psychopath like me fucking $200 million to make a crazy-ass movie. So, got to write a novel, my backup. You know, and I'm like pretty much the best writer of all time, so, you know, it's like, might as well use the talent, right? Like, I could open any fucking... I'll open my book right now. I'll just read you guys any random sentence, and it's going to be the best fucking sentence you ever heard. All right? I'm just going to go to... Here. I'm going to close my eyes. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Where am I? All right. Let's see. Man, that's a long sentence. Oh. Is that the sentence I'm on? Da, 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 da. Yeah. Her microbiomorph... Sorry. Get out of here. Her microbimorph coils, which are actual things, I looked something up, were constructed with vidanium oxide-based nano-threaded polymer, giving her speed and power density far exceeding any human being. Yet she used only a minuscule fraction of that strength, beating red the blubbery butts of biological humanoid entities. See? That's what I mean, that sentence alone, Shakespeare would weep. I'm the greatest fucking author possible. I mean, I talk about the logistics of the robot, how it works, how it functions, and then what it's being used for. So, you know, you have this wonder of technology reduced to fucking spanking fat businessmen. And that's why there's going to be a sex bot uprising. Boom. Tips for coming out as bi. Sure. Walk up to the person you want to tell that you're bisexual and say, I'm bisexual! And then run away. This live stream is conspiracy propaganda directed by Stanley Kubrick. Don't reveal the secrets, okay? Shh. Don't give away the twists. I know you hear me, TJ. I am the voice inside your head. I don't have a voice inside my head. I just have screaming. I miss wrong advice, lol. Yeah, I'm going to do it again. I'm going to do it as YouTube shorts. I've decided. I have heartburn today. I don't like it. Shouldn't have ate that pizza. RIP headphone users. Yep. Audio low. Shut up. It's not fucking low, you dipshit. I'm looking at it right here. It's fine. You're so stupid. You're so annoying. You're so dumb. Just turn it up. Like, you got a fucking volume boost on your damn thing, dude. I see your mind. Ooh. 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 Woo. 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 Tips for coming out as a necrophiliac. Same deal. Just scream it. Just scream it. Anything you got to tell anyone, just scream it at the top of your lungs. Is your makeup all smeared from crying all night about billionaires or something? Yeah, dude. This is the same makeup as last night, but I just so many tears over my face. All the billionaires just couldn't help but cry in rage and jealousy. Why are they so much better than the rest of us? I wept. Gonna talk with someone who's not a lib? Yeah. I'm gonna talk to, I don't know. Who do you want me to talk to? Cynic, why are you so fucking cringy? Cynic's not cringy. Don't say that. That's so mean. Leave Cynic alone. I guess I could turn my mic up. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I'm getting in the red. That's too much. 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. All right, there. I should be louder now. You don't have to bitch as much. No, I don't have Twitch. I hate Twitch. My name's TJ, and I paint my face to that because that masks the fact that I have no substance. Dude, you're lucky that Paul's ego just spent that entire video talking about you picking boogers, because the reality is that intellectually you're a fucking joke. You had nothing of value to say. You just repeated the same banal points over and over again about how books aren't good anymore. Books suck now. It's just like they're not as intellectual as they used to be. You had no substantive criticism. You made no specific fucking argument of any kind. Same reason that I thought you were pathetic when I brought you on this channel, because you have no argument. You just vaguely allude to shit, and you have no actual specific fucking details to back it up. You obviously are not educated at all. You're like a total fucking pseudo-intellectual, and you're not even good at that. So shut your fucking little stupid ass mouth. Go pick your fucking boogers. Go try to fucking make the booger meme work in your favor, and get the fuck out of my chat, you empty-headed little cretin bitch. Bye. Anyway. Uh-huh. 40 minutes. Yeah, original language. Jamie, I would never insult Jamie by fucking the comparison, you know? I think there are certainly times when, like, Jamie's arguments strike me as being, like, derivative of other entertainers, specifically Vaush, I guess, but at least Jamie can, like, put forth the idea. Original language can't even put forth an idea. It's literally just like all premise, no supporting arguments whatsoever, not even bad ones, just like, oh. So I don't know. It's pretty fucking stupid. And come in here talk shit to me. Like, what? You're not even not fit to lick my asshole. Get out of here. What are you and Vaush going to talk about? So I have some stuff, some disagreements outlined here. I don't know. I mean, I can't guarantee what's going to be covered, but I have like a bunch of things we disagree on that I'm keeping in my back pocket, because I figure watching us disagree is probably more interesting than watching us agree at this point. So, but you know, who knows? What would I do with a Carnage film? Throw it in the fucking ocean? Throw it in the fucking ocean. Whose ideas aren't derivative of something? Yeah, but like when it's all from one source, it kind of like wears thin. You just like, hey, if I want to hear this person's ideas, I'll go watch them. What part of Beverly Hills is the cheap part? The part with the small mansions. Why wealth caps are not ridiculously high taxes above 10 million. And not ridiculously high taxes. I don't know. I mean, you could just do that. You could just be 100% over 10 million. It's basically effectively the same thing as a wealth cap. But it'd have to be a tax on wealth itself, not just income, which is harder to do logistically. Throw that film in the ocean. It's gonna be carnage. Carnage. Carnage, dude. Fucking carnage. Opinion on Shoe on Head. I have no strong opinions on Shoe on Head. I see her tweets sometimes, and I'd say it's a coin flip whether I agree with them or they piss me off. Beyond that, I don't really care. I don't watch a lot of YouTube shit for the most part. Like, I'm just not super into watching YouTubers and stuff. So it's not like an insult when I say that I don't watch her shit. I don't really watch most people's shit. I don't watch too much of anybody. And even when I do kind of find someone I like, I watch them until I feel like I got them figured out, and then I stop. Like, you know, I like Kyle Kalinske, but I don't really actively watch his shit too often. I check, like, a video out every, like, couple weeks maybe. I like Vaush, but I drop in pretty erratically for his shit because I feel like I got a handle on what he thinks. So, you know, I don't know. Once I feel like I've figured a person out, I don't bother no more. Shoe on Head is great. Shoe on Head sucks. Shoe on Head, shoe on head, shoe on head, shoe on head. She's got a shoe on her head. Love it when I can catch a stream. How are you, TJ? How's Chelsea? Chelsea's fine. I'm fine. Everyone's fine. Dude, would you give it up already? This fucking whole, like, Vaush pedo meme is pretty fucking stupid and tiresome. I'm going to put you in timeout once. Next time I see it, you're just banned. Is this a bad time to start a YouTube channel from scratch? Every time. Yeah. It's just a bad time to do anything or be anyone or, like, be alive. So, yes. But I don't know. Don't let it stop you, I guess. Don't let it stop your dreams. The thing about a Kyle Kalinske video is I always know exactly what he's going to say because I'm in his head, right? I pretty much know what his position is on any given fucking subject. And then, you know, I'll turn on the video and I'm right. And then he'll say the same talking points like 30 times, which is probably good because a lot of people are really stupid and do need the repetition, but I don't. So, you know. TJ, the nihilist. Shu is more ignorant on politics than Paul and TJ, surprisingly, lol. Your origin of language, so, like, once again, you don't get to talk shit about anybody. You find yourself in the unfortunate position of being origin of language. So, yeah, you don't get to fucking talk shit on literally anyone. On account of your Norse look today, I'll give you some Norwegian crowns. Thanks. Can I ban him next time? Yeah, I don't know why you didn't this time. Like, have we not heard enough from that peanut gallery? I think we have. Imagine giving Vaush the time of day. Yeah, imagine. Imagine fucking talking to someone with a giant fucking audience and influencing thousands of people. Imagine taking that seriously. More like imagine a world where anyone gives a shit about what Spaghetti MK thinks about any fucking thing. You shit for brains, motherfucker. Is Scotty the most reluctant member of DFF? No, I don't think so. I don't think anyone's reluctant. Maybe I'm wrong. I was watching the news from a left-wing YouTube channel, blah, blah, blah. Something happened. Kyle has sucked since Biden won, constantly doing the what more can he do meme and covering Biden stories like they're good. I don't know. I feel like Kyle's been kind of in the middle. Not like the centrist-y middle, but I guess like as far as like lefties' takes on Biden go, I've not thought of his, I haven't really seen his position be like overly generous towards Biden or overly critical. I think it's like pretty much reasonable, but you know, it's probably just because I tend to agree with what he says. Shu is a subtle Nazi. Hey. I'm trying to think of a refutation. I don't know. Kinda. Good old middle take. Oh my God, Paul, you're so superior. Oh, you got the right take, Paul. Oh yeah, you done it. You done it again. Oh, the middle. Oh, stupid centrist fucking. Oh, dumbasses. Oh. God, it's so fuck. Oh, I bask in the glow. Shu is Nazi light. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. I mean, I want to disagree, but like when I was writing the villain in my novel, one of them anyway, I kind of drew inspiration from Shoe on Head, and the villain in question is kind of like a Nazi too, so I don't know. I guess I can't really say I don't see where you're coming from. It'd be kind of hypocritical if I did. Paul and Vaush sitting in a tree. Arguing. Vaush is way sexier than Paul. I give him that. I mean, I think they're both pretty sexy, but whatever. TJ at full mast. Yes. All 2.5 inches. Nas Bowl. Oh, yeah. I remember when people said Nas Bowl. Glad that kind of died down. That was a weird one. Historically doesn't like centrists. I mean, everyone's a centrist, though. You're always going to find someone to whom you're the fucking center. You put yourself... There's always two people you can put yourself between. Not in a sexual way. Get your Sharpie six-pack out on Vaush's stream. I mean, Vaush, he's more, I guess, traditionally sexy because he's not as big. And he's tall, right? I think he's like 6'2", 6'3", something like that. So that's kind of cool and all. But, like, you know, he has a way less epic beard. And his haircut is kind of lame. I don't know, the shaved sides thing. Like, seems like that's like 4 or 5 years ago to me. But whatever. You know where it's really at as far as hair goes? Whatever the fuck is going on here. This is a real fucking... This is a man's haircut. God damn it. TJ, when is the next beard shave / trim? I have this weird thing I do, right? Where when I decide to grow out a beard, I stopped cutting it. And people are like, how often do you trim it and all this? And like, never, because it's like I'm growing it out. Yeah, but you still got to trim it to shape it and stuff. It's like, no, I don't. I just have to grow it out. I just don't do that. I just grow it. I just let it grow. Maybe one day I'll trim it when it's like it's too long or like it's as long as it's going to get and now I want to shape it or whatever. But as long as I'm growing it, right? So let's grow it. That's my idea. That's my idea. That's my tip. People are always like, how do you grow your hair so long? How do you grow your beard so long? Just don't cut it. Don't cut it. It's not really brown. It's more like dirty blonde, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you'd call it at this point. Is that coffee happening? Or should I, like, get something else? Yeah, I don't trim this shit. I guess I trim my mustache because it gets pretty annoying, but my beard I don't fuck with. I just let it grow. I see no reason. Dude, you know what happened to me last night? For the first time, my beard got stuck in my fucking armpit. And I'm like, oh shit, this is a thing now? I'm gonna fucking have to deal with my beard getting stuck in my armpit now? As I toss and turn it. And I'm gonna have to fucking get like a beard container. To fucking put it in like a beard bun or something. Oh, man. Getting parched. Yeah. Getting coffee. Just getting dressed. Oh, it's no big deal. I just wondering. So I'm getting thirsty. I think I opened a Coke. I don't know where I set it. We got 30 minutes. Till we talk to Vaush. Vaush. See what he's up to. Is he still talking to Anna Kasparian or what? A few years ago, you made a video on your top 10 fictional characters. Great vid, by the way. Do you still stand by the same list? Or do you have any new criticisms of characters you would replace? I don't really remember everything I did. I think Captain Jean-Luc Picard was number 1. I would still say that I could see where I was coming from with that, but I'm starting to think maybe Data is actually a better character on this show, even if he's not as well-rounded. I don't know. I imagine if I made the list from scratch now, you'd probably end up a little different, but
the Lost
I don't know that it'd be like dramatically a different fucking list. Let's see. Doesn't look like he's talking to Anna Kasparian no more. Looks like he's watching a video of somebody, something. Cool. Was Columbo on that list? I don't even like Columbo. Sorry. I know it's like super clever and whatever, but meh. Will Riker is number 1. That's true. Number 1. I get it. Cisco is a good character for sure, but yeah, I saw that. A cool topic would be explaining your position on the anti-SJW stuff back in the day, because he was always on the left of that. I feel like we went over that last time. Hold on to that grudge, baby. Hold on to that grudge, my love. Gotta keep every day you're grudgering. P-tier Griffin. I saw a clip of a British conservative saying you can grow concrete. Cool. Concrete farm. Wow. Here is money for the face paint fund. Thank you. This face paint is very expensive. And very necessary. So, you know. You don't want to avoid that. Just checked in to see what condition my condition was in. Hey, TJ, my girlfriend is a stubborn anti-vaxxer. She claims infant vaccine deaths are labeled as SIDS. Thoughts on how to reason with her? I don't know, man. Like, it sounds to me like you'd have better luck fucking reasoning with a goddamn brick wall. You know? At some point, there's like a certain level of insanity where reason stops being important, and you just gotta like figure out some other means of communication. It sounds like you're there. It sounds like, you know, when someone gets to that point, I don't know, it seems like reasoning with them, like, how do you reason with what isn't reasonable? You know what I mean? Like, reason only works on a reasonable person. If you're not dealing with a reasonable person, don't even try reason. It's like, you're better off figuring out some other kind of insanity, you know? Yeah, go gay. The problem is, women are crazy. I mean, like, let's just be honest here. I know it's not a popular opinion. I know people fucking take it the wrong way these days, but women are crazy fucking bitches. And, you know, you want to fucking have a reasonable relationship, go gay. Get with a man. I mean, it's just, you want reason? Go find a reasonable being. A being with a dick. Or at least, you know, that identifies as a man. Can you break up with a brick wall? I mean, yeah. Just walk away. Just be like, wall, we're not together anymore. How much bribing for more patron banter-sodes? I don't know. Keep it coming, and we'll see. Because it's reasonable to vaccinate babies now. Haven't babies traditionally been vaccinated? Like, you get your first vaccines as a baby. I was vaccinated as a baby. Were you not vaccinated as a baby? Pretty sure most of us were, right? No, I didn't feed anybody. Yeah. You can have it. God damn it. Get out of my fucking pocket. Here you go. TJ is sexist now. What do you mean now? Love you, baby. You're one of the good ones. Uh-huh. He did not feed the Mogwai. Wait, what? Should paint your beard or dye it something. I mean, it's not as easy to dye a beard as it is to just draw on your face with some face paint. You know what I mean? TJ, moke a cigarette. No. 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 All right. I'm done saying no. I'm done with it. Enough. Shut up. You're fools. You're idiots. You fools. You idiots. And some, I assume, are reasonable people. What's happening? There needs to be a better word than woman for someone like Chelsea. Yeah, there is, like, goddess. Goddess Chelsea. Put me in my place, goddess Chelsea. Heroin is the best drug. I mean, I've never personally tried it because I'm afraid that it's too good. You know what I mean? TJ, can you please keep up these earlier live streams? I can finally watch them. I don't even... Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I'll try. We'll see. Bone broth? Shut up with bone broth, bitch. No one wants that. That's not even real. You're not even real. Don't get me horny. Why not? And also, how could I fucking... Like, when are you not horny? Anyway, I've never seen you not horny. I don't even think that not horny is an emotion you have. Definitely too good, but Fetty ruined everything. Good heroin is only online now. Good to know. TJ, do you like the band Korn? I mean, they're all right. I like some songs by Korn. I'm not like some kind of like deep fucking Korn admirer or whatever the fucking hell, but... You know, I can give us some corn here and there. Here and there, little corn, maybe. A little bit of corn there, a little bit of corn there. Do I find do you find Eric Andre to be funny? No, I don't know who that is. I thought you were asking me about Tim and Eric, but I don't find them funny. Never do any fucking sort of opioid ever. I've already done some, and I honestly didn't really care for them. I don't really think opioids are my thing. But, you know. Korn better than Manson. I mean, I could see that if you, like, you know, just are stupid, I guess, or, like, I don't know. You want, like, something that, like, kind of sounds like Manson, but, like, bereft of, like, actual, like, wit or insight. Then I could see being like, yeah, Korn. Yeah, Dune Part 2. Confirmed. Got my wisdom teeth out today and need many distractions from the pain as possible. You and Vaush doing this couldn't have come at a better time. Cool. You deserve this for being magnificent, human, and what is your go-to meal at Arby's? My go-to meal at Arby's is 2 beef and cheddars and a large drink. There's going to be cornage. 2011, TJ had contempt for them by shitting on their own fans by saying they were stuck in 1994 and cynically becoming a dubstep band to ride a popular wave. Yeah. I mean, that was also around the time that Jonathan Davis basically had his, like, weird let them eat cake sentiment about how he's, like, tired of hearing about politics or whatever the fuck. I can't remember what exactly he said, but it's basically just, like, some real privileged shit. It's like, I'm super rich, so who cares about people's problems? It's like, well, they do. Stupid fuck. But whatever. I'm over it. Korn's fine. They're all right. I mean, I don't hate them or nothing. They got a few bangers. It's all good. Manson never says anything privileged. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something he said that's, like, super privilegey, but, like, a lot of times you don't even really know what the fuck he's actually saying, so... You made a funny video about that. Yeah, I know. 13 minutes left. Yep. 13 minutes and counting. I know people who are cokeheads and hated the red flushing itchiness from opioids. Oh, yeah? Do you like Curb Your Enthusiasm? No. I don't like anything. Quit asking me if I like things. Just assume I hate it all. If I do like something, I'll pretty much let you know. You don't have to ask me. You can just assume, like, the default is hate. Right? Hate default. Bernard in chat. Yeah, got the real Bernie Sanders up in here. We know where you fucking live. Do you like hating things? I do, actually. Fair enough. I stand corrected. Yeah, I did like the new Dune. I think I didn't have... My expectations were not sky high. It was just like, it might be good. And then it was really good. I was like, yeah. Cool. If you are super optimistic, you are a denialist. Have you seen The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy? Yep. Oh, shit. Eyeball itch. But it's covered in makeup. What do you do? What do you do with a Klondike bar? There's passion in hate. Thank you, Becca. I see what you're saying. I see what you be saying. I appreciate what you got. Dune was the most boring movie I've ever seen. I could see how it would be to someone who's really stupid, so. The problem is probably just you're stupid. That happens sometimes. Like, a lot of times, like, a really stupid person tries to watch a real film, and then they're like, oh, shit, it's boring. It's like, no, you're just stupid. Oh. And then you see the look of recognition in their eyes, like, oh, yeah, that's right, I am stupid. Thank you for putting that into perspective for me. And it's like, wow, yeah, okay. TJ, you managed to be a total asshole and very likable at the same time. That's a damn skill. People admire my brazen honesty and my, like, I don't make any attempt to hide my faults. In fact, I pretty much wear them on my sleeve. And I think some people like that, and I think other people really don't like that at all. But you're probably just one of the people who falls in the former category. That's what I'm afraid of, honestly. Dune's gonna just bore me because I'm not interesting. I guess you gotta be old to like it. Not necessarily. I mean, it seems like plenty of young people fucking like the damn movie, but whatever. I just feel like you have to want an actual movie. If you're someone who actually likes movies, you'll probably like Dune. If you're a person who wants, like, a Marvel movie, you're not going to like it. I was once a big Vaush fan, but not anymore. But I've forever been a TJ fan. Here is 5 doll hairs. Thank you. Yes. The Lighthouse was great. That's true. So true. So good. I mean, I really honestly feel like you'd be better off watching the movie first and then reading the book if you like the movie. because honestly, the movie is really good, and probably the most disappointment you'd have about the movie is if you'd read the book and were like pissed that certain things weren't in there. So I think it actually makes more sense to watch the movie first and then read the book as like supplemental. Like, wow, this gets so much deeper into things. You know what I mean? I think the movie is actually a really good advertisement for the book in that respect. You ever come to Sweden, I'll make you sweet mustard-covered ham roast with gravy and potatoes and buy you a Belgic beer. All right. That sounds good. Should I watch Dune in theater first? Does it add anything? I mean, I'm pretty sure it probably does, but if you don't want to do that, then just, I don't know. I mean, if you already have HBO Max, like, just go ahead and watch it there. I mean, I feel like it was fine for us. That's where I watched it, and, like, I turned my surround sound on. I have, like, a cheap surround sound system. It was, like, I mean, cheap for a surround sound system anyway. It's, like, $200 or $300 or something. I think it was $200. Was it a gift? Oh, okay, cool. I think I had it on my wish list or something, though. Thank you. Love you. How does it feel in your chest? How does what feel in my chest? How does it feel in your nose? But yeah, I like my surround sound. I don't really watch too much stuff on it because it can be a little overwhelming. But I figure if I'm watching something like a new movie or something that like really is like high octane or whatever the fuck, I'll turn it on. Six minutes. What happened to you viewership? I don't know. It all died of AIDS. Yeah, thank you. Finally, someone had the balls to just get rid of it. Loved your convo with Demon Mama. Thank you. I saw some people in the comments that were super mad that, like, you should have been more mean or something. It's like, why? I miss when TJ was the face of our atheism memes. Yeah. I had real haters back in the day. Not like these pussy Vaush haters. They suck. Vaush's haters are fucking weak sauce. Anyway, I'll get into that later. You didn't die of AIDS? Yeah, but you're still here. Let's see. Words. No. That's not what I want. How about that? Yeah. There we go. Oh, fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Go fuck yourself, booger brains. Oh, I love it. Who needs a diet pill when you can enjoy AIDS? I have not seen Malignant yet. I don't know what I thought of it. Thank you for the $4.99. What do you think about vacuums? I mean, I'm told that power abhors them, so I'm a Vaush hater. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well. Has Paul addressed completely misremembering the Dune novel yet? You know, it's open to interpretation. I think it was a good move to streamline the info in Dune. Trying to explain the navigators and all that stuff would just confuse people. Yeah, honestly, when I read the book, I found it pretty confusing myself. I found it kind of hard to follow. So the fact that this movie streamlined the plot into something that I could follow was kind of like cool. I'm like, wow, I get it. I mean, I always got the basic gist of shit, but, you know, it was always like it spent so much time in every character's head. Like, it was like the story was so internal. And not there's anything wrong with that, but, you know, it was nice to actually see it presented as like a streamlined narrative. Vaush is entertaining, but oversimplifies everything and calls everyone a Nazi. Fucking jerk. Can you believe that fucking prick? He's a real piece of work. I guess I should turn that AC off because it does kind of interfere with the mic settings. Just checked in to see what condition my condition was in. Yeah, I'm gonna stone cold stunner his ass. Just be like, knocked out. Do you have filters on in OBS? I do have some filters on in OBS, yeah. I think it's the picture's a little bit artificially like brightened and the contrast is raised a little bit. But that's pretty much it. Oh yeah, Vaush bad. I forgot about that. Totally forgot, sorry. Totally forgot. Who the fuck is Vaush? Who the fuck is Vaush? It's Vaush. Get him the fuck out of here. Fucking Vaush. 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 Why? Why, Vaush? Why? Look, I am. It's got to be more interesting if it turned into a WWE match. I mean, hey, yeah, probably. All right, it's 3 o'clock. Now it's supposed to happen, right? Guess I'll press the little thing to wave to him so he knows I'm here. No, you didn't miss shit, you stupid fuck. Hasn't happened yet. Hasn't happened yet. So I watch on your stream or his? I would say mine, but you know, of course I would. He's arguing with chat. Fucking bastard.
Wait, is that TJ?
Yeah, it is. It is TJ.
What server are you in?
I ain't
Oh,
in
it
no
has
damn
to be.
server.
You're in. Nice.
That's me. Yep. Bow, wow, wow. Uh-huh.
Dude, howdy.
Hey.
How long has it been? Holy shit! In the war paint. Let me get the cam on. Oh god. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing pretty fantastic. Hold on. We just went over. I'm sure you've seen it on the timeline, that Gus Johnson drama.
I have not. I just I woke up and started streaming, so I haven't fucking seen shit.
Based and isolation pilled. Hold on. All right, there we go. Nice, beautiful. What's up, man? It's been a while since we've talked. In too long, I might say.
Yeah, I don't know. It's been like a year plus, I guess.
Yeah, but we've talked over DMs like 50, 60, 70 times in between then and now, right?
Oh
So
yeah,
yeah, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. I know you talked to Demon Mama just the other day.
I did. Yeah, yesterday I talked to her.
What'd you all talk about? Was it just a general talk, or was there some
Yeah, I mean, it was
specific
just like a
subject?
long, meandering conversation about a million things. I guess kind of mutual aid was a thing that was brought up. It was.
Okay.
I don't think we actually used the term, but it was kind of. I think the one of the main thrusts of the conversation. But yeah, we ended up talking about a bunch of shit, just like a bunch of vague, nebulous sort of. Had like a very like two people sitting at like a table in a kitchen kind of feel to it. I feel like kitchen table talk, coffee shop talk, sort of just like that kind of thing. That
I
sort
think
of
that
vibe.
slaps. That's good for me. I had the pleasure of talking to Anna Kasparian earlier this stream, and
Yes, my
I really
opening act.
well, I really had to have the shoes on, for that one. I think because
Got to polish them up too. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. But now I think we can take the shoes off, and with the lads, we're here now.
Oh yeah. So let me do my. I wrote up a little intro thing because
Oh yeah.
yesterday I was expected to do one and I didn't really have one, so I just. But now I got one. I wrote it out. So. My name is TJ Kirk, aka the Amazing Atheist, aka that guy who shoved a banana up his ass. I have been on YouTube since 2006. I am 1/3 of the Deep Fat Fried Podcast, a show by the uneducated for the uneducated, covering topics from trans trailblazers to sex with ghosts and aliens to bridges to Tucker Carlson. Pretty much no topic we won't deep fat fry while baked. I stream on a channel called TJ Does Life, which I'm simul-streaming this to. I post videos occasionally to what I used to think of as my main channel, The Amazing Atheist, but it's been neglected recently as I'm at work writing a book. Happy to announce my book is about you, Vaush. It's called Coconuts and Horse Dicks, The Vaush Story.
Good. Oh,
Actually,
thank you. Finally, my story's
I
being
know,
told.
right? Actually, I'm working on a sci-fi novel called Sex Bot Uprising, which is a smutty space opera dripping with sex and pulsating with violence, but really just a pretentious vehicle for my political opinions through allegory. So there you go. Oh, I'm also kind of lazily running for president, sort of. Not really, but maybe for the memes. Let's see.
You've got more going on than I do right now. Jesus Christ.
Fucking
I
A.
like that. I like the title of your perspective work. It really sums up sort of the themes that you're going to be getting going into it, just with the title.
Yeah, sex bots and an uprising, all in one book too. It's like, wow, how are you gonna do? I mean, it's mind blowing.
I fucking hate it when they surprise you with that stuff too, like Dune. I thought it would just be about the desert. It turns out there's other shit. There's politics.
Right?
They
It's
don't say
like
that in the title.
there's barely even any mention of dunes in there. It's like they're like almost incidental to the plot. It's like, stop it. You
Yeah,
know?
it'd be like naming the Shawshank Redemption like pipe. Like it's not. Yeah. Well,
I mean,
okay.
true, there's a pipe at one point, but like,
Yeah. It's good to talk to you again, man.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Finally, after all these fucking horrible conversations in between, back to greatness. But no, hey, I want to tell you something.
Usually. Yeah.
So last time I was here, you were ascendant. Now you're still ascendant, but like you were like, wow, like crazy ascent going on, and it seemed like everybody loved you. Now, not so much. It's got the division going on, right?
When was the last time we talked? Wait,
It was like
what
a year plus ago. I mean, you had your haters and shit, but like it seemed like everybody loved Vaush back then. Now it's like way more divisive. And I gotta say, you got some of the lamest goddamn haters I've ever seen in my life.
True. Okay, yeah, here's the problem. April 9th. Wait, hold on. When did Bernie lose the primary? No, that would have been before that. This would have been before
It was
the Bernie or
just
bust shit, really.
just after. I mean, I was a Bernie or buster at the time, so it was just after Bernie had lost or was like evidently gonna lose. I don't remember exactly where it was in the timeline, but it wasn't looking good.
Yeah, it was okay. It was March there, so that would have been a little while afterwards. Yeah,
Smidgen.
um, that was what did it too. By the way, look, there are a lot of reasons people say they dislike me, but the opinion turned against me when I went hard in favor of choosing Biden over Trump. That was legitimately the thing that got a ton of people on the left to hate me, which is insane because it's like of all the things that I've done and said, that's like the thing they're going to focus on. But apparently, yeah, that was it. That's what did it.
I just feel
So
like back in the day, people always used to draw comparisons between us, which I never got because you're way more. I feel like you got little like essays going in your head, and I'm just kind of like, ha. But like I don't know. I just feel like your haters are so whiny. Like I don't know. They like shouldn't they like be angry? Shouldn't it be like fuck Vaush, piece of shit, motherfucker? But like it's just like I don't know. They like fling their tears at you, and it's like,
I think a ton of it is like, and you're being very flattering to me here, by the way. I don't.
Oh yeah, I'm sucking your dick a little bit. I want the coconuts. What am I gonna do? It's like what I have to do to get the coconuts, right?
I'm glad that.
Can I have a
you made the sensible choice.
One coconut,
you can
just
have
one. I just need one. Thank you.
I need one for like a set prop somewhere back here, so I
Yeah.
can like bring it out in times of crisis. I think like actually reflecting on it, I mean, there are people on the left and the right who don't like me, and I feel like I do get that whiny attitude too. I think a lot of it is because they have their impression of me has been built up from a very lopsided caricature of the actual content that I produce.
That's pretty much, yeah. I mean, that was the same deal for me back in like the height of the Amazing Atheist channel days. It was like so many people I felt like didn't really know what the channel was about, and it was just like the worst things I said out of context and then filtered through the the hater perspective and shit, and then force fed to a bunch of little hate piglets who just like, yeah, he's horrible. But
it's no. I sympathize. I think there's like this industrial clip chimping complex where they don't actually, because I see sometimes the people who dislike me, they try to characterize my stream and they're like, oh yeah, he's constantly affirming alt-right talking points by opposing like decolonization. It's like they have no fucking idea what I'm talking about. They describe positions I hold the opposite of and have never expressed like out loud.
He's a racist, known transphobic racist Vaush.
And they have all that in their head. And so what they think is, because that's what they think of me, they think, how has he not been canceled yet? Like, how is he still around? And I think the whining is this feeling of impotence that I continue to be, a decently sized guy online.
Somewhere there's like a fucking...
in spite of that.
Somewhere there's like a little socialist club at some college somewhere where they're like, guys, we got to kick Greg out of the club. Why? What'd he do?
That happened!
Well, he walked past Vaush in a hallway, and Vaush said hello, and he nodded back and said hi, so, he's canceled, guys. He's canceled.
This literally happened.
I know, I saw it.
3 days ago.
Referencing it.
The Rood. Yeah, okay, yeah, the fucking Dutch youth group. There were socialist college groups that broke up over me as well. It's insane. But I don't know. I mean, what can I do? Like, just get off the internet? I mean, they have to act better.
So, I mean, your fans aren't that much better. They suck too, but...
True.
They're also...
they're fucking annoying.
Yeah, and, like, I feel like a lot of them, too, just, like, either they're desperate to prove themselves against you. Like, Vaush is pretty smart, but if I could get one over on him, then I'll be the smartest one. It's like, all right. And then others are just like... If you think Vaush, everybody in my chat like Vaush did this. You see Vaush, yeah, Vaush. TJ, interesting opinion you have on this subject matter, but Vaush really laid it out, and I was like, oh my god, Vaush. All right, so
I apologize.
Since
on
I'm here,
my fans.
Yeah, they suck. Fuck them. Anyway, I like them. Come subscribe to me. But since you are the measure of objectivity, I do have 3 questions for you.
Yeah,
just real quick questions. I don't want to spend too much time on this because we have some actual subjects and shit that I want to talk about, but I do have 3 questions as the objective moral barometer of existence. Now, first, I'm going to have to start with all right, look, I got to take you to task, buddy. When you told us to vote for Biden, you promised us a socialist utopia. This has not happened. How do you answer for these crimes?
Yeah, okay, listen. It's step one on a long staircase, okay? Yeah,
Uh-huh.
okay. But the disappointment that we have in Biden will further people's revolutionary potential, okay? That's what we need to do. It's just step one, okay? You have to set up the effigy so it may burn.
Setting the stage. All right. So this will be a controversial question, but I really want to answer this. Now, remember, you're a fucking well-spoken person on the internet, therefore you know everything about everything. So, you're the person I have to go to for these kind of questions. Don't fucking kill the messenger. Don't get mad at me. Don't get upset. But how many black people must sign on for my N-word pass to be official?
Okay. Well, for an interpersonal N-word pass, you just need the one guy that you're with, but for like a general
Yeah,
one,
general speak. Like, so if it's like, if 51% of black people say it's okay for me to say the N-word, can I then say the N-word?
if you can get 51% of all black people to say that you can say the N-word, then I think
What
you
about just African
absolutely.
Americans?
Yeah, well, I don't think. I mean, I don't know if Africans would even care. I don't know. Like, I don't even know if that
Right.
word means
This.
anything
Yeah.
generally.
Yeah. Just
If
like
you can get that's like the 10 million like African Americans to sign off on you, I think you'd be morally obligated to say it at that point. I mean, clearly they want you to. You know.
right. But then what if the other 49% were like dead set against it? Like they hate it still, you know?
Then race war, intra race war.
See,
If you could
I don't
get
want that kind of
like the sign
responsibility on my
off.
shoulders. I don't know about this.
Yeah, that's democracy for you, though.
All right.
They can whine and complain about it. They can take it up with the rest of their racial compatriots.
Another racially adjacent question. So,
Uh,
Asian accents in the context of a story. Because I used to do an Asian impersonation, even though it was like legitimately extraordinarily funny. I stopped doing it because, I realized like that's probably fucked up because I wouldn't do that to like any other racial group, right? Like I wouldn't do, like I saw Steven Crowder doing like his weird thing where he was talking about black farmers and he's like, let's grow a Hennessy tree or whatever the fuck that was. And I'm like, that's the same thing I'm doing if I do this like stereotypical Asian voice. And I don't want to be that.
okay.
But
I've got
what about in the context of a story where the accent actually is important? Because, I was in Florida one time and this little racist Asian lady came up to me and started talking about like some of the black people in the area. I don't know why. I guess she just like, you're white, you're a good person to talk my racism to. And, she said something that I think is not as funny if I don't say it in her accent. She said, she was talking how black people don't like the colder temperature because I guess it was like unseasonably cold in Florida at that particular week I was there. And she was like, they not used to this cold. They from jungle, Mr. Kurt. I'm like, whoa. So, but if I just say like, and then she said, they're from the jungle, Mr. Kirk. That's not funny. That's just uncomfortable.
no, it definitely loses some of the comedic value.
Right.
Okay, you're gonna get me in actual trouble over this one. Holy shit! No, no, no,
That's
no,
what I'm
no,
here
not
for.
for
I
what
mean,
you
I
said.
don't.
For what I'm going to say.
All right.
Okay, so I DM in Dungeons and Dragons pretty often. I've been doing it for a long time, and here's the thing. Okay, when you're doing voices for people, you can only as a person without vocal training, you can only do so much to modulate the actual tone and cadence of your voice. Sometimes you can do accents, though. I mean, if you've got a million races, kobolds and tieflings or whatever, you're probably going to do accents, right? In my head, I think, okay, maybe this group, because they're from this region, they have kind of a French accent. It's arbitrary, but whatever. It differentiates them and makes it feel like a bigger world. The issue is that the line that you can draw on these accents is very blurry, okay? Spanish is fine, okay? But like Mexican, well, that's a little bit different kind of Spanish accent, a little different, you know? And then what if like, so you can do like an accent of a Polish person and a Russian person, fine. So that's in Asia. But if you go a little south of that, you have Mongolia. Can you do that? What about China? Honest to God, I have no idea what the answer to this is because it feels like morally you should be able to do an accent for any ethnic group in the world as long as you're not doing it to make fun of that ethnic group. But pragmatically, nobody is going to recognize that distinction. It's like when people make like Indian accents or whatever. You can do that in a non-mocking way, but like in media, it's always done in a mocking way. So how do you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like really rough. It's
Yeah,
But
I
you
don't know
can
either.
do it with other
That's why I'm
groups.
asking you. You're supposed to know the damn answer to this question. You know, here you are like, I don't know. Well, you know.
If you have a French coworker,
Yeah.
then you can, and you're like, oh yeah, he said like this. Like you can do that if you want. But if you have an Indian coworker, you cannot make their accent. Like you can't do it. Even if you're not making fun of them, even if you're just imitating them, the same way you imitate any other person's like cadence. I don't know. I feel like reverse racism has gone too far. That's my real solution. That's my take on this.
There you go. Okay, so now I have a list of disagreements.
Oh shit! All right, hit me up.
All right, so the first, I'm going to start with a relatively benign one. There was a guy on your stream, I don't remember who the fuck it was. One of these dipshits you're always fucking arguing with. But he kept saying cliques, which is the proper pronunciation of the word. And your whole chat was like, clique, you see, clique, that's literally how it's supposed to be said. So
this is a Canadian?
I don't remember. I don't remember who the fuck it was. Some guy.
Must have been. Huh.
But he kept saying cliques, and that's literally, go look it up. It's the fucking pronunciation of the goddamn word. Social clique. It's not a clique. It's a clique. Everyone's wrong.
That sounds so fucking weird, though.
It's true. It's fucking true, though. Go look it up. Look it up. It's anyway. So
it sounds like calling it a GIF. Like that's what this sounds like to me. Like some linguistic prescriptivism that I don't.
Well, you know, if you want to say a language is like a democratic process where we can all, you know, do that, and I'm open to that, but still, the dude was right. Okay, the no true socialist fallacy. I was watching another time when you were arguing with some guy, and I almost said dipshit, but I was nice to him. I said guy. You're arguing with somebody, and it was like, you do this, I guess, somewhat frequently, kind of like, this person's not a socialist because this person's not a socialist because of that. Mm-hmm. And it just strikes me as fallacious because it's just so, like, it's such a broad and all-encompassing fucking term. You know what I mean? Like, so the way I've explained it to my chat is this, right? So if I was to say the word, like, flower, and I tell everyone in the room to visualize a flower, right? No one's looking at the same thing in their head, right? Some people are seeing a red rose. Some people are seeing a fucking yellow daisy. Some people are seeing like a bag of fucking white flour. It doesn't, like, you know, even if I tell them, you know, so who's got the right flower in their head? Nobody, right? And that's a simple word corresponding to like a tangible object in space and time that can be referenced. Whereas like a concept like socialism, so fucking complex, convoluted, so many different ideas about what that entails. Like, I don't really understand how you can be like, that person's not a socialist. I mean, the most you could say is like, by any definition, I would recognize they're not a socialist.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I'm not a linguistic prescriptivist. I do think that there's some variance to how we use these terms, you know? When I think of socialist, I think of the two big criteria to me are decommodification and democratic economies, you know? But obviously there are socialists who have had varying opinions and all that stuff, you know? And some people call me not a socialist because I think market socialism is a good thing to jump in on. But I think that's
before when I was doing the pre-game to this stream, a bunch of people were like, Vaush is a lib, Vaush is a lib, Vaush is a lib, Vaush is a lib. I'm like, shut up. Who even It's not even a refutation of anything anyway. Like, it's just like, I slap him with a label. Now he's wrong. It's like, fuck you. Where's your argument, bitch?
I think that labels aren't really good at finding what's true or not. Labels are more about who you want to be associated with or not, you know? So in my mind, like, I don't know if there's a set definition of socialist. I just know that I don't want to be included in whatever social group like Stalinists or China defenders or Assad defenders are a part of. So like, maybe you could believe in the two criteria for socialism for socialism that I believe in, but also be like a defender of China, in which case, honestly, I still don't want to be associated with you. I guess it is like gatekeeping to an extent, and I don't generally like gatekeeping. We should probably focus on the idea.
I don't even really care about the gatekeeping aspect of it at all. Like, as far as I'm concerned, gatekeep all you want. But I guess my thing was just like, socialism as a term is just so broad that I don't really see how you can really gatekeep from the term.
Yeah. It is for capitalism too, right? I mean, technically we live under laissez-faire capitalism, which believes in like an unregulated free market. That's like the ideological root, but that's obviously not what we live in. There's a hugely complex interchange between the state and global trade and NGOs and corporations. And if you like, do you think no one points at this and goes like, well, this isn't real capitalism, except for when they talk about corporatism, which is stupid because that's not what corporatism means. And
Well,
also that's just what
I feel like
capitalism is.
when you mostly see people misascribing capitalism, it's usually like when they start breaking out some. And I talked to Demon Mom about this too, but it was like this fanciful Adam Smith invisible hand. Like it's like this very like they talk about modern day global capitalism in terms of like, and then old Jed realized the town needed hammers, and that's when he opened Jed's hammer shop. It's like like very idealized and Mayberry and shit. And then it's like, yeah, that's what capitalism is. Or
capitalism invented the idea of working for things.
You'll love
like
this.
Everyone's just sitting around.
You'll love this so much. This is gonna be like the syrup that you can just like pour on your pancakes in the morning. I was arguing with a guy like a month ago. He slid into my DMs and he was like one of these like, you used to be good, but now you a liberal cuck bitch or whatever kind of guys. And I'm like, he's like, I'm talking to him, and he's laying the whole spiel on me, the conservative shit, and he mentions like the elites. I'm like, yeah, the elites. We got some common ground here, right? I also fucking detest the elites that rule us. So yeah, like that's why I support, taxing them. He's like, tax the rich that is part of their plan. It's part of their plan, dude. Like,
thing they don't
is it? It seems like the thing they're most trying to avoid. But wait,
the thing
I gotta tell you why this.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I gotta tell you what his reasoning was when I fucking interrogated about this. The rich want to be taxed because then we're gonna tax them, right? And then we're gonna do all this social progress with their money and improve all of our lives. And that's going to cause us to stop paying attention to what they're really doing. I don't know. Go ahead.
If things get too good, then we'll... Okay.
Yeah. Society will be too good and we'll just stop hating them. It's like, oh no.
I honestly think that when a lot of like conservatives talk about the elites, they don't actually mean wealthy people, even though wealthy people are empirically on top of virtually every system in existence. And what they're actually talking about is some kind of invisible, like QAnon adjacent cabal, which sometimes includes very wealthy people, but not like as a group. Because I've seen them include journalists in that group. Most journalists are not like Tucker Carlson or Anderson Cooper. Most journalists are fresh out of college grads who are desperately trying to make a living in like a studio apartment while running to and from their job, like desperately trying not to break their camera equipment because they know it'll come out of their pay. That's your average journalist. Many of them are independent. Like this is not like an elite class, but they talk about journalists as a group, as though they're part of this elite. So I think to them, taxing the rich is, if anything, a way of hampering the power of what they consider to be the most powerful non-elite groups.
Yeah, and the more I talked to him, the more I got the impression that it was like, he's against the current crop of rich ruling elites, but it's not their enormous wealth and political power is not the problem. It's just the nature of this specific group of them. They're just bad. We just need to clear them out, get some new ultra rich billionaires in there, but like some good ones,
It's funny because that is a very liberal mindset.
I know, right?
Extremely liberal perspective.
I should let them know next time because you're right.
No, that's I mean, it's a pretty common way of thinking, I would say. It's part of capitalist realism, right? You can't imagine a different system. You can only imagine different people in charge of that system, and your imagination never extends beyond that.
I feel like the rich people are just running so many fucking psyops on. I think conservatism in general is just like a psyop against the poor. It's just like a giant fucking psyop.
Unironically.
Yeah, I know.
Literally, unironically, yeah. Modern conservative social issues were manufactured. Abortion was not a conservative line until I think the 1980s.
It's not even in the Bible, by the way. Well,
not even mentioned.
Actually, even the the few things you can even infer from the Bible would kind of indicate that it's okay, because there's like a verse about there actually is a reference to abortion in the Bible, but it's not in a negative. It just talks about her drinking the bitter water, which is,
right, your yeet juice, your
right,
fetus juice.
And and then there was like another verse where if someone strikes a woman and kills the fetus, he's like ordered to pay a fine. It's not treated like a murder. So yeah, the Bible does not seem to have this idea that a fetus is the same thing as a full-fledged person. So they basically pulled that idea right out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, and that's one of their most effective strategies now for moving people, people who would otherwise be like blue dog Democrats, like they would be maybe not socially progressive, but they'd want to keep their unions. Maybe these people aren't willing to vote red if they disagree with the Democratic Party on gay shit, but if they disagree on the baby murder holocaust or whatever the fuck else, then you can get people who are otherwise pretty left-leaning to vote red.
Well, I have like conservatives in my family. I live in Louisiana and stuff, so I mean it's a red state. I know a lot of red people, and like the stuff that is of concern to them is kind of mind-blowing to me, because it really just shows me that this is not a case of two people. Like if I'm talking about like a conservative family member or something, and there's like a disagreement, it never feels like we agree on the facts, but we have different interpretations. It always feels like they're speaking from some crazy alternate reality that just flat out does not fucking exist. And I'm just like, who has like brainwashed you into thinking this is even going on right now? And it's just the stuff that they're the stuff they're concerned with is just so bizarre to me, because I'm looking at a world where there's huge drought affecting pretty much the western third of the country. There's this looming threat of climate migration. There's sea level rise. That's just the climate stuff. And then there's like social upheavals, labor shortages, shortages of goods, shortages of everything. Massive labor unrest. Wealth disparity continues to just grow and grow unchecked. Seeing insect die off, animal die off, environmental ecological collapses going on. And all the other problems that we fucking could sit here all day opining about. But, that's all that stuff is happening. And then I talk to like a conservative, and it's like, trans in the bathroom.
Right, right, yeah.
Trans in the bathroom. Haitians, you seen what Biden's doing with these Haitians? You seen what Biden's doing? He's letting all these Haitians in. It's like, dude, Biden could let in every single fucking Haitian and store them up in like Wyoming or something, and your ass would be none the wiser that it even fucking happened, okay? So
literally, yeah,
like,
just
shut the
absolutely.
fuck up.
I wish they brought every Haitian in, because that island is cursed anyway.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah. See, that's one thing. That's one thing I always agree. I mean, I never understood people like Trump's like, hey, Haiti's a shithole. It's like, no, it's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is a shithole. Get them out. Save them. Come to America. Come to Wyoming. We're not using it.
The rest of the world is a shithole. Let's bring them to the best place on earth.
Right.
Baby.
Everywhere, all the places you guys think are shitholes totally are. That's why we got to save those people. Let me ask you this. If you're you got a boat and you see people out stuck at sea and they're drowning. Help us. You let them on the boat. Same deal. Save them.
Well, that really depends on whether you're a conservative or not.
Yeah. Fuck them. I don't want. Our resources are low. It's like you have a giant. You're like literally eating a fucking giant platter.
It's fear-based. Like, it always is fear-based. That at the root of the conservative mindset, it is always that, no matter what.
But but here's what I don't get about that. Okay, I mean, I hate to interrupt and shit, but like,
not at all.
I just want the fear-based thing. I have a clarifying question. I get that it's fear-based, but isn't the idea of complete and total ecological collapse a little fucking minute bit scarier than fucking trans people in the bathroom?
That's why they can't talk about it, right? No, so obviously, yeah, for us, that is the case, right? But the fear has to be like irrational. For us, our fear of climate change is rational. The data points to it. We know what's going to happen. It's exceedingly clear. It seems virtually inevitable now. So our fear is a genuine concern. But for them, you can move people away from almost any good position if you convince them there's something to be terrified coming from the opposite direction. I feel like there are a couple of things this stems from. One of them is religiosity, because I think that if you believe that there's a heaven, you can get away with excusing a lot of bullshit on earth. Like the evangelicals in this country are the most proportionally powerful political bloc outside of the ultra wealthy. And they literally believe in this death cult, Jews to Israel, so we all get raptured within the next few years. And take a look at the media they produce too. They don't think it's happening in 200 years. They don't think it's happening in 100 years. They think it's happening right fucking now.
It's always
they
imminent.
Always
perpetually imminent. Yep.
Constantly imminent, which means that a significant portion of our country's voter bloc and an even larger portion of our business and like wealthy representatives are literal death cultists who do not believe the material world that exists right now will continue to exist within a few years. So how the fuck are we supposed to trust them to vote on anything even remotely reasonable? We can't. They live in a different world. It's antithetical to democracy. It's anathema to democracy.
Well, that's why I've always considered myself to be not just an atheist but an anti-theist. I don't know if you would go that far, but
no, absolutely, no, 100%, yeah. 100%.
No, I'm I believe when I talk about conservatives running psyops on poor people, the first one was Christianity. Maybe not the first one, but the first one, the foundation of modern society, I guess, in a lot of respects, Christianity, right?
Every time I say this, some people in my chat get triggered, but it's 100%
I'm sorry,
true.
But
guys,
look, I mean, it's literally think about the Christian messaging from this perspective. People who are fucking automatic. Oh no. Wait, but listen. Think about this. What is the central tenet, the message of Christianity? Christianity is basically designed to take all of the bad feelings you have against the people who hoard wealth and power for themselves, and it's made to it's basically telling you don't be pissed at them, or do be pissed at them, but don't expect any of that in this life, right? This life isn't fair, and the rich people get it all. But you know what's going to happen?
In the kingdom of heaven.
Soon as you're dead and they're dead, you're going to see a sharp change in fortune. They're going to be down there roasting in hell, for it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And you'll be there in the paradise looking down at them and laughing.
I want to be.
And they'll be down there. I shouldn't have been so greedy. No.
I don't think every Christian is bad or like dumb or whatever. It's just there are two layers to this, right? One of them is if you can't agree on which reality you live in, you can't make good decisions morally and pragmatically about that reality. And the other is that like metaphysically or metaethically, religion can allow you to justify things you could never justify like normatively.
I think it's it pacifies people though. Like my problem with Christianity is its pacification power.
Yeah. Well, no, for sure, and historically, that has absolutely been what it has done. Yeah, and it if you keep your nose down, the Protestant work ethic encourages you. If you work very, very hard, which coincidentally makes a lot of money for the people above you, of course, you're more likely to go to heaven. All your rewards come in the afterlife, which is very convenient for the mercantile and priest class that have to give you nothing during your life. And metaethically, like if a person believes God says X or Y, how the fuck am I supposed to convince them that's not the case? Like how do I, a mere human, possibly mount a counter argument against somebody whose belief is religiously justified? If you think that like being gay is wrong because it's bad in the Bible or whatever, how the fuck can I make an argument? I can't make an argument from pragmatism because you don't care. I can't make an argument from mental health or medicine because that doesn't matter either. It's just taken for granted, which means I lose the ability to convince people or move them over. It might as well be a conspiracy or a cult.
Yeah, I mean, and look, that's one of the main objections I've always had against religious dogma is that it's like a shortcut to a bad idea. It's like you don't have to have any more justification than that, because once you've said that the moral authority that controls all of reality is on your side, like there's literally no arguing with you. You can take any position, and it can be horrible. It's like manifest destiny, right? God has declared it. I mean, there's no arguing with God. So My fucking shortcut is God's fucking phony. You're the one who wants to expand westward, you son of a bitch. Don't put it off on God. But yeah, I mean, people continue to use the God Band-Aid to this day, and it's like whatever. I'm against it.
Well, that's what QAnon is. QAnon is almost entirely evangelicals. They all slurped up all the flat earthers and stuff, all the flat earthers and the reptilian overlord types, and turned it into one big mega conspiracy that's largely backed by evangelicals, in which Trump is essentially just the divine representative of the earthly rapture, much in the same way that the rapture is supposed to cleanse earth of the sinful and ascend those who have not been to heaven. The storm is supposed to be like God's will made manifest through Trump as he fights against the deep state, and in one great revolutionary action kills or displaces all of the non-faithful, all the liberals and Democrats and homosexuals from the country, and if essentially enacts, like, depending on who you talk to, either a perfect like isolationist state or a perfect isolationist ethno-state. It is the rapture. It's the exact same thing as the rapture. It's just done through political means instead of spiritual.
No, 100%. I mean, Trump to them is, it's almost like you need religion to justify him, because they're like, well, he's an imperfect servant. It's like, he's incoherent is what he is. People talk about like, well, Biden's incoherent. It's like, you guys forget about Trump, because if you ever try to actually watch a Trump speech, like where with no teleprompter and stuff, and I know you have, and I know I have, but like, it's not even followable. It doesn't even have a coherent, like, literally just, and I'm a fucking rambling motherfucker myself, so I guess I kind of get it, but like, he'll fucking start a sentence in one place, touch upon like 9 different topics disjointedly, say nothing about any of them, and then arrive at the end of the sentence, and then the crowd will be sitting there just like kind of looking at him like they don't know what the fuck he's saying. And then he'll just throw out a catchphrase really quick to be like, and that's why we got to drain the swamp. And they're like, yeah. It's like, yeah, slogan. But like, most of the speech is just rambling, incoherent gibberish. So it's like, you almost have to like look at him like he's talking in tongues. Like they used to,
right? No,
in certain cultures, they think
it's
like the
about feelings. Yeah.
Like mentally deficient people, or whatever the fucking term is now. They used to look at that as like, oh, well, they're touched by God, and that's why they're doing all this inane gibbering and stuff, because God is speaking through them. And I think they see that in Trump. They're just like, yeah, connect the dots.
We saw a speech from Trump just a little bit ago, and the dude talked for an hour and a half, and the biggest applause he got was when I'm not kidding, he said, woke is bad. That was literally it, and that got the biggest applause. Nothing else that he said about politics got anywhere near that amount of approval. But that one 3-word sentence was what won over the entire audience. I mean, we're like literal fucking infant brains here, like baby scold cretins in that
woke
audience.
Bad.
But that's the fucking
woke bad. Yeah, I love
woke
it.
bad. No, true. The biggest thing I'm mad about that I believed delusionally while growing up is that you could find people who believe in something superstitious or irrational, like a religious person or like a cultist or whatever, and you could argue them out of that position using the logic within that system.
Oh,
But
I need your opinion as a lawyer, Vaush, because I know you're a world famous attorney. Maybe you could help consult with me on this. So now that it's pretty much demonstrated that Trump did sedition and stuff, is it now okay to say hang Trump, or should I keep that one in the back pocket for now?
Oh, I don't know. Hey, listen, as long as you don't say it on my channel and don't implicate me.
I mean, I just did, but
any document.
I'm just asking.
It's just don't implicate me in any documents, and say in Roblox afterwards, and I think you might
in Roblox.
Might be okay. Of course,
the Minecraft one doesn't work anymore. They know about that.
Sedition is or it's a high treason is punishable by death in the United States, right?
Right. So I mean, it's just the prescribed penalty, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, it's basically just like saying lock them up from 5 to 10 years.
I mean, Ted Nugent held up an AK-47 and said Hillary Clinton can suck on this. Barack Obama can suck on this. It seems like it should be okay. I don't know.
Yeah,
established
don't
precedent.
Arrest people like Ted.
That's true.
Yeah, they all fucking agree with that.
Remember when I'll keep it in the back pocket for a minute then.
He shit his pants to avoid going to war, right?
Yeah, that was true. Or at least he said it. I mean,
That's fucking amazing.
He either fucking did that or thought it was a good story to tell about him dodging the draft. But
which is worse?
I don't know. Actually shitting your pants or thinking that a story wherein you shit your pants is a good story. I don't know. I mean, it is a good story. It's entertaining. Like, he should own. You know what? I'd respect if he still owned up to this day. Like, yeah, I shit my pants to avoid going to war. But it's kind of tough. I mean, it contradicts the tough guy image he's going for at this point, right?
If he really did it, though, then I appreciate how honest he was. You know, he didn't make up some like some bullshit after the fact.
Yeah, there was no bone spurs. He's just like, look, I shit my pants. You know, it's just that's how I roll. Do you want a pants shitter over there fighting for this country? I don't think so.
I wanted to say, though, because I've talked to like a couple QAnon types, and the frustration with like trying to talk to people within their own logic. I used to believe back in my like earlier atheist days that like if you just read the Bible really good as an atheist, you could like convince people of your beliefs.
The Bible has very little to do with their beliefs at this point, though. So
yeah, I know. There's like nothing. It's like a couple of lines. It's funny to me that like
for the God so loved the world that He gave His only blah 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 blah. So that, and just like. They have like a few little rote passages they reference and stuff. John 3:16, Leviticus this, fucking Matthew that. But they don't, I mean, for the most part, it's just like window dressing for conservative political machinations.
The idea that the mainstream understanding of Trump isn't that he is the Antichrist is unbelievable to me. He's like wealthy, like bloated, fucking corrupt, obviously narcissistic, antagonistic businessman who's like one self-admitted positive characteristic is that he can like talk people up a good game. He likes making deals. That's literally the thing everyone knows about Satan.
Yeah, he wants to make a deal, right?
Making deals. That's the number one fucking thing.
Sign on the dotted line and it's all yours.
No Christian believes that.
I have a cousin, I guess. I still have her, I guess. I don't know. I haven't seen my cousins from this side of the family in a long time. But on my father's side, you know, it was around the time that Hillary and Barack were campaigning against each other in the primaries back in fucking 12 or something. Or 2008, I guess, around 2007, 2008. But anyway, my cousin was like, I can't wait for Hillary to win the nomination. I'm like, why? Because she's not liberal or whatever. She's very, very fucking right-wing conservative. And she's like, because she's the Antichrist, and then the end times can finally happen. It's like, I wish I had not asked.
You talk to someone like that? Like, what arguments can
think about how I feel being related to that? Like, we share genes, huh? Okay, well, I'm gonna go cry over here. I'll see you later.
There's nothing. There's just nothing to say. It's just
anyway, you sidetracked me. I'm on a disagreement list here. Gambling.
Right.
You said you're against gambling universally, every context, no gambling. What the fuck, Vaush? What the fuck, Vaush?
Fucking hate gambling. I don't understand why. Like,
I'm a degenerate gambler, dude. Shit. I love to gamble. Now, whatever. I don't do it that often, but you know, I like to go to a casino every now and then. I don't see why my ass, because some other stupid son of a bitch can't fucking control himself, I can't go to the casino every now and again, enjoy the fucking crab buffet, and fucking play a fucking couple goddamn hours of roulette or something. You know what I mean?
You look. You can have a crab buffet if you want, and if you want to do roulette, can't you do it with like fun tokens or something? Can't you do it with like, honest to God, if you could buy tokens that can't be exchanged for currency?
Oh man, you know what? And then we can make a I got a great idea for a new thrill ride, Vaush. It's like a roller coaster made of like fluffy pillows that goes 2 miles an hour. Does it sound fun?
Well, we don't let poor people sell their organs either. So clearly the state's invested in keeping people from making some bad decisions.
I mean, sure, that's fine, I guess. But like, you know, I'm not making the bad decision, you know? I mean, I guess I am, but like in moderation, right? Like what happened? What happened to freedom, Vaush? What happened to freedom?
Maybe we should go step by step, okay?
Right.
Would you be cool with getting rid of like loot boxes and like randomized like payout rewards in video games and stuff like that?
Covertly sneaking gambling as a mechanic into a children's game is obviously disgusting and should not be happening.
Okay. Sure. Okay, that's step. Okay. I'm glad
I agree.
We can agree on that.
Step one. I am walking. We're holding hands. We took the step together. All right. I'm with you with that step. All right. Step two.
Okay. So we can agree on that at least.
We got that.
Okay, what about gambling advertisements? Do we agree that advertisements for gambling, much in the way that like alcohol and cigarette advertisements, like they shouldn't be wait, sorry. We can't have cigarette advertisements at all, right? Not on TV, but
I
for
think
alcohol we can. They just can't be targeted at children.
magazines still allow cigarette. I think you can still have print cigarette ads, but you can't have television cigarette ads. And
Okay.
I think with alcohol, you can have alcohol ads, but strangely enough, you cannot show people actually drinking the alcohol. So, like, if you ever watch it,
you're right. I guess
if
that
you
doesn't
ever watch an
happen.
alcohol ad, you'll notice that no one ever actually takes a sip, which is a
We have
very
some stupid
weird
laws
rule. But
in this country.
you know, they'll show you a guy holding a beer, and then all of a sudden, like, all these attractive women appear around him. That's more of a trope of like the '90s. You don't really see that too much anymore. But like, you know, the idea is your life is going to be way more cool and interesting if you got this alcohol. But they don't ever actually show the person drinking it. But then again, pretty much all advertising is that your life is going to be somehow just like magically better, usually in ways that have very little connection to the product. I guess the idea is that, you know, if you go to the bar, you get drunk, and, you know, maybe you go home with somebody that night or something. I guess that's the connection there. But yeah, as far as like advertise, I mean, I never really fucking. I guess that I'm not really against cigarettes being advertised on TV because they're already advertised all over the place anyway, just covertly, like in media, because you always see the cool character in the. And I realized that when I quit smoking like a year and a half ago, or I quit in June of 2020. So I don't know. That's probably not been a year and a half. I guess it's like a year and some change. But one thing I realized is just how much smoking there is, like prevalent throughout all media. Because like when you quit smoking and you're trying not to think about cigarettes and you're trying not to want cigarettes, and you see like, wow, cigarettes are still fucking everywhere. All over media, every character, every fucking TV show, characters you don't even think of as smokers, you start to realize, oh, they smoke, don't they? You know? After the fucking, you know, action hero kicks like 50,000 asses and does all kinds of cardio, he fucking smokes a cigarette. It's like, okay.
This is what I've said about going vegan too. That if going vegan as one person is agony, but going vegan as a whole country is probably pretty easy, right?
I mean, it would be easier because there's going to be a lot of alternatives, and there's going to be a fucking whole like infrastructure
they're all
in
investing
place
in that.
to, you know.
If you go to the grocery store, it's all food that you can eat. It's not like you have to pick out like the 10% of shit that's good for you. You can get anything and everything, and you never see people eating meat or anything like that. So it's very easy to avoid relapsing. It's very easy to keep the vegan diet or whatever.
I think though that it's kind of naive to ban cigarette advertising, because the appeal of cigarettes is not an advertisement that you saw. The appeal of cigarettes is the same thing that's the appeal of pretty much any drug, that it will help be an escape from reality, that it's going to relieve stress or create some sort of new or different mindset or experience. You know, so I don't even know that I'm necessarily with you on banning cigarettes
Cigarettes fucking suck.
Oh, cigarettes are pretty shitty, but
you know why there's the whole like media, like the completely manufactured media stereotype of cigarettes making you look cool? It's because that's all they fucking have. They don't have to do that for weed. Weed, when you smoke it, will get you high. Cigarettes don't do shit except give you the teeniest fucking buzz.
Yeah, nicotine is like a minor psychotropic drug or whatever,
yeah, so they have to be like, okay, well, it doesn't feel like anything and it kills you, but you like look super cool, dude.
You look good, and it's super addictive. You're just compelled to do it mindlessly, and you have to smell like shit and do it like 50 times a day. But no, I mean, like, well, what it does give people is
house yellow,
it gives people
yellow, your teeth
stress relief, though. It is like they've done studies where it shows that like cigarettes can actually, nicotine has a unique property that not many drugs have. If you puff it a certain way, like if you take a cigarette and you puff it quick, like that, it gives you energy. If you take long, slow drags, it relaxes you. And smokers, even if they don't consciously realize it, do realize it on a subconscious level. And if you look, if someone's like super stressed out and they fucking go for a cigarette, it's but if it's like they're like tired in the morning or something, it's, you know? So there is an effect there. And I mean, but it's mostly just like you've become addicted to something, and now, you know, it's like almost an illusion, because it's whatever stress you already have coupled with your physical dependency on this drug. And if you get the drug, you feel a little better, but you don't actually feel better. You're just relieving the symptoms of addiction. So it's kind of insidious in that way.
A nervous tick, you've actually experienced the same psychological effect. If there's like a fingernail that you tend to pick at, or like some part of your body that you tend to like flick or scratch, or just any other errant thing people tend to do when anxious or bored, if you feel like you want to do that and consciously make an effort not to do that, stimming, you're going to experience essentially the same thing that people with any other kind of addiction feel, in addition to the chemical effects. Obviously, nicotine makes it worse, but I think the worst part is it's not always the nicotine, right? It's just that you get so used to something that your brain just convinces you that something will go wrong if you can't feel it. I've felt that way about biting my nails back when I used to bite my nails years ago, and it's biting your fucking nails. It doesn't. There's nothing chemical to that. It doesn't. It's completely just psychological.
Right. But I broadly, I guess, support people's right to do whatever drug they want.
Okay, wait. Well, me too. But wait, hold on. I had to ask because I got sidetracked there. What about the lottery? I'm in favor of banning the lottery because in practice, all it does is it supplements state taxes by taxing poor people who don't understand probability. It just seems like the only thing it does is one dude gets to win and like 500,000 people just get to pay extra taxes that year. And they're usually the poorest wretches who don't understand the math on these things, you know?
Yeah, I mean, well, it's like I've heard it called a stupidity tax because, you know, it really is for people who are just like, you don't understand just how fucking stacked against you the odds are. Now, that being said, I'm kind of an idiot myself because I don't typically play the lottery, but if it's really high, I'll be like, you know, I'll pay to just fantasize for a minute. Like, what if I did win? What would I do? But, yeah, for the most part,
it's Squid Game. It is.
I don't know that the government should be running a gambling operation. So I'd say
the fact that
I could say it'd probably go away. Now, if someone wanted to do a private lottery, I don't think I'd fucking put any roadblocks in their way, but
you could never ban it as a concept because it is technically a lottery if everyone like puts 20 in the hat and like throws a like pair of keys in there.
You know, it's just like, hey, someone's going to get lucky. You know, maybe it'll be you, but probably not. You should probably recognize that the odds are not in your fucking favor.
The state, probably not the entity that should be doing that at the very
right.
least.
I mean, like it's like, you know, I mean, yeah, I don't really think the state should be involved in a gambling operation. I think it's pretty fair to say they shouldn't.
The thing that gets me, I'm in favor of the decriminalization of all drugs because I think that it leads to better outcomes, you know? And I think drugs offer something unique. Even ones I would never recommend people take, like heroin or meth, they do offer a conscious experience that can't be matched with other, like, replicate. Like, there's nothing else quite like it. But a lot of gambling-related stuff to me seems like just a way of bleeding people out mathematically for an experience that they could conceivably get from other things. If risk-taking is the thing that excites you, there are many ways to enable that without an institution that, like, let's be fair, is mostly funded by people who, like pensioners who spend all their retirement money, like sitting there with like the IV drip hooked up to their arm at the slot machine. Like that shit depresses me. And while I do think people should be able to make like mistakes on their own, I don't think the state can.
But think about everyone. Like what kind of thrill is really available to an elderly person like that, though? You know, I mean, like
but like
they can't go on a roller coaster, they can't go on a fucking thrill ride of any kind, they can't fucking truly. They're probably not able to travel all that much, you know, like. You know, like
they can't even bet on real things happening. Like they're not even betting on presidential races or whatever. It's like slots. Like you can't win slots. The math is against you. You can't. You can't do it. They code those machines.
Well, sometimes you win.
Not work.
Sometimes you win. Hey, look. The thing about odds is, you know, you're sometimes you're the fucking lucky person. You know, or you're the person who gets the payout. Now you're probably gonna play it all back in anyway, but you know.
Okay, I'm going to take this immediately to the most hyperbolized place we can. And I got to ask you, would you be okay with unironic real-life Squid Game shit? Like, you get to sign a bodily autonomy waiver, 100 of you, one of you gets to win, other 99 of you sign the contract. Everything that happens in here is legal.
I've not seen Squid Games, so I'm not, like, super familiar. I mean, like, it's like one of those things, it's like, it's so popular, I don't want to see it until, like, some time has passed, but... I don't know. I just have like a really like contrarian strain of like, even if I know something's good, it's like, well, it's too popular, so I don't want to watch it. But I
No,
definitely
I
should
totally get
watch the
that.
fucking thing. But
But
yeah,
like the
the
concept
premise
of layout,
is
yeah, the premise.
that they sign up to do these fucking crazy games where people die and shit, I guess, and
It's basically sign a contract to enter a series of games. You lose, you die, but if you win, you get a gajillion dollars. You know.
so it's like extreme gambling where you're betting your life basically.
It's the concept because if you sign the form before going in, I mean,
Hmm.
right now you can't sign your life away in this country. But hypothetically, if somebody wanted to do that, do you think that should be something the state should allow?
I think that to me would depend on the context of the society, because in a society where people are
Okay, except for the military. Chat. Yes. Okay, the military. Thank you. You know what
right.
the fuck I mean. Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry.
But I mean, like in a society where people were herded into like sort of like, well, I'm assuming that like desperation drives people to sign these contracts. So, I mean, really, it's pretty much coercive, right? But if if you're talking about a hypothetical civilization where, people did not have like some massive debt to escape and they were literally just doing it for, like, let's say there's like a strong social safety net at the bottom of our society still means that you're getting food, clothing, shelter, and basic necessities taken care of. And there's no like poverty or homelessness or anything like that. So basically like a utopian society. If there's still people in that context that wanted to do it, I would say, okay. But in the context of a coercive society where people would be driven to it by desperation, no, I don't think so.
That's really interesting. I didn't expect that answer. So for you, the ability to sign your life away to blood sports is not something you necessarily have an issue with people doing. You just have to you want it to be for the glory. You want it to be
Well,
so
I'm
that
just saying if someone's value system is such that that's what they want, if they believe if they believe that thrill is worth the experience, even knowing and understanding that risk, then I don't really see how it'd be my place to stop them. But if they're driven to it by desperation, which
Oh wait, hold on.
in anything,
My OBS is taking
oh
a shit.
sorry,
1 second. That doesn't happen very often. It should reconnect in one. Okay, there we go. Just give it a second. They'll all see
sure
me
thing,
again. Sorry, that doesn't happen normally.
it's all good.
The internet's been really fucky up here ever since the big storm that hit Seattle. It's
But
been a
like
little inconsistent.
we're basically talking about a hypothetical utopia. So I mean, effectively, my answer is no. I don't think people should be allowed to do that.
All right. I'm interested because this is the same logic that people use to argue that dueling should be legal. That if two people want to fight to the death, that they should have the right to without the state intervening. Now, as far as I can tell, the only reason the state doesn't want legal dueling is because A, it's really hard to prove after the fact whether a person who's been shot consented to it with a duel, or if they were simply shot and the
Yeah.
person who shot them is just saying, "Oh yeah, bro, he wanted it." And secondly, because it significantly decreases the human population, which we need to work. I think that quite a few people died to duels back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Like
Well, I mean,
a
not as many
lot.
as you'd think. There was like a lot of stopgap measures that were designed to like prevent an unnecessary preponderance of deaths. Most
First
of them,
blood from sword.
yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, like most of them didn't even get to like. I mean, like they did a lot of pomp and circumstance that's kind of designed to make you go like, "Hey, let's just work this out," because this is stupid. But yeah, I mean, people did die in duels. And as far as duels go, I mean, like, I think there's probably better fucking means of conflict resolution at this point. I don't necessarily think society
Probably.
should give their blessing to duels.
Especially since like I don't yeah, I don't know. Also, I don't want to like look like a pussy. What if somebody challenges me to a duel and I'm like, "What the fuck? I want to live." Wait,
Right.
why?
So
And
it's
they're
like,
like, "Fucking
I don't
duel me,
want to live
bro."
in a
And I'm like,
society where I have to, like, look bitch made if I don't respond to every asshole
"Yeah,
that wants
like
to
fuck
duel.
you.
It's like,
If
I don't
you
know.
want to
I mean,
if
like,
you
why
want
do I
to
got to
die,
respond? A lot of people hate
shoot
my ass.
yourself.
I mean, like, Vaush, you'd be getting challenged to so many fucking duels, dude. I mean, you
Oh
don't want that.
God! Like every day, I don't want to deal with that. Fuck that. If you want to die, shoot yourself. I want to live. I don't care enough about you to risk my life fighting you. Fuck you. But they would be, dude, duel me, bro. Dude, soy beta. That would be the fucking soy. It would. They would be following you around. Dude, you're so soy, bro. And they've got like a fucking 18th century dueling pistol that they're just kind of like jiggling around around the trigger guard. God damn it.
All right. Well,
Oh
what
yeah.
about a
Okay, that's
game?
good.
What about gambling in a game of skill? So you don't like the slot machines, but what about, people who are competitors in a game that involves some sort of like skill set? You know what I mean?
I'm cool. I'm cool with that. I think that's
Like
fine.
like
Otherwise, you can never
poker or
bet.
something. I mean, I know that like roulette is basically down to random chance in a way, but like I think that you can strategically hedge bets and stuff to produce better outcomes and stuff, which is my game. But um, I don't know.
I
I if it's
I
like
think.
if
Sorry.
I'll just say that like if there's no skill to it, then I have insane luck at roulette because I pretty much always win. But
That's I always win a Monopoly, so that has
but
nothing
see,
to do with it.
that's like thought of as having like a skill set, right? Plus,
Yeah, it's for me. The thing that really gets me about gambling, for me,
mhm.
is I think that humans, like biologically, have a very poor understanding of probability in an abstract because it's not something we evolved to understand. Much in the same way that counting linearly isn't something that we biologically understand. We have to be taught it,
I
otherwise we
mean,
count in like a
finance
weird.
alone too is just like not
Right.
supernatural for us.
We have to be taught this stuff. But even if you're taught it, that never means that it intuitively makes sense. Humans will constantly over and under evaluate probabilities.
Well,
So
think
for
about
me,
how a
the thing,
magician can just like use the shortcomings of your brain to create all sorts of mind bend. Oh, that doesn't make sense. It's like, well, you're just being tricked.
yeah. Or if I, for example, turned to my camera and said like, "Hello, Joseph, maybe you should get back to the homework that you're postponing," then statistically, there's a non-zero possibility that somebody watching is going to be freaked out. Maybe even multiple people. And if one of those people is a little superstitious, they might believe like humans just aren't that great in understanding this stuff. So the thing that gets me is slots and roulettes and other systems that can be weighted to mathematically always favor the house.
Well, here's the thing though, too, is like at least when this stuff is legal, there's like some sort of ability to regulate it. Whereas, traditionally, in places where gambling has been prohibited, it ultimately ends up funding, organized crime, right?
That is true. I wonder how significantly the legalization of gambling across the country would, because pretty much all the gambling revenue that we generate in this country comes from Las Vegas. I mean, that's like the big place.
Right.
And gambling isn't legal in a lot of the US. But I wonder if gambling was shut down altogether, apart from the economic devastation Los Angeles would, or Las Vegas would experience. I wonder like how much of a
Well, you ever notice
real underground.
you watch older movies and stuff, you see a lot of stuff about like that guy's into his bookie for fucking 20 G's or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you don't really see that too much anymore because no one has to have like a bookie and shit anymore. Or
Bookies
like
weren't for that kind of gambling though, right? It'd be like horse races
sports
and stuff
gambling.
for bookies. Yeah,
But
sports
like, I mean,
gambling. Yeah.
the point is that people are going to find some way to gamble because it's like there is some inclination in human beings, like the idea of risk some, but for the possibility of getting so much more. People are just
just wish it
inherently
could be like
attracted to the
Puppy
idea, and they
Free.
feel that they get like so high on the fantasy of it. But like we have like a real time social experiment. I did an episode of Deep Fat Friday. It hasn't come out yet. I think it comes out in 2 weeks about the Yakuza. And, one of their big sources of revenue was gambling. They had, especially there was like a specific clan of the Yakuza that relied very heavily on gambling trade. But, it's all underground. And that funded a lot of their, organized crime and their activities and shit. But then Japan kind of gave people a few legal outlets to gamble. I think they actually instituted
Pachinko machines.
a state lottery and some other stuff. And, it kind of
Pachinko machines are essentially gambling, but they're not registered as a gambling device
gotcha.
In Japan. So that's how they get around it.
Right. But anyway, basically, like, it's one of the things that siphoned off a shit ton of revenue from the Yakuza and why their numbers are. It's not the only reason. There's a few other factors as well. But one of the things that's really undercut their power in Japanese society to where I think there's under 20,000 Yakuza now, where there used to be like 160,000 strong or something
Can
like
I
that.
tell you a story about that actually?
Sure.
I've gone to Japan once. I went with a friend of mine, a woman, and I had a really, really good time. We were walking around one of the districts south of Tokyo, which is where we were staying, when we encountered an honest-to-God red light district, which, you always hear about red light districts in media, and it's kind of like a fanciful term, but this was an actual red light district.
Mm-hmm.
With there was literally like a big open alleyway, maybe 20 meters wide with a gigantic one of those kanto gates, those big Japanese gates,
Mhm.
with like red lights and everything. I mean, it was very, very clear what it was. Um, it was nighttime, but it was also very busy, so we decided to walk down. And it was one of the most interesting experiences I've ever had in my life because it was the first time and only time I've ever seen organized crime. Because the Yakuza were everywhere. There were all black limousines and black vans with dark tinted windows full of men in dark suits with serious like facial expressions, sometimes with tattoos that went past their neckline. They were everywhere. I mean, just like the whole place down. And in the center of the road, there were, I think, Nigerian men. Apparently, the Yakuza hire foreigners to do shouting for them because Japanese men tend not to shout. They don't like shouting very loud, I guess. It's just a
Mhm.
cultural thing. But
Yeah.
they get foreigners, and these guys were like yelling at us. They yelled to my friend. They were like, "Oh, you're so pretty. You would like this place. You're so nice. You should go here, man. You're a white man, right? Like that kind, like stuff like that."
Right.
And my friend is drunk beyond belief, like pissed, and I am sober. But I think, like in retro, like this is probably not the safest place to be dragging her along, because I mean, even if it's populated, this is like a very obviously Yakuza controlled area. But she pushes me to go into one of the establishments, and I guess I kind of want to see too. So I step on in there, and there's a door you open, and you lead into a room that's no smaller than an elevator. And on the other side of this elevator sized room, there are a bunch of curtains and a desk in front of them with two guys behind it, both obviously Yakuza. And one of them looks at me and holds up this big, like, poster board with a bunch of women's faces on it. They're sex workers, with like yen underneath all of them. And it's like pointing. And I'm like, I'm just looking in here, and he doesn't speak English, so he's just like pointing, like kind of irritated looking. And I'm like, never mind, I think I'm gonna go. And I like turn around, and my dipshit friend is pulling at my arm, going, "You pussy, you should fuck them." And I have to like drag her out of the place. And anyway, I read up on all this later, and we got out, we're fine. But I read up on this place later, and apparently this is one of the very, very, very few industries where the Yakuza have some kind of like wedge of control, because, like you said, they've been aggressively driven out, sometimes like in almost militarized police raids from almost every other industry. And now what is left of the Japanese prostitution industry, they have a huge stake in because it's one of the few things they have a hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of times, if you'd stayed, you would have definitely ended up getting shaken down, because they tend to do that to tourists.
Yeah.
They'll basically, you go in there, even if you were just there for like, I'm just gonna drink or whatever. I don't know if there was a bar area too, but, you're gonna be overcharged for pretty much everything. Whatever the price,
they'll try to get you.
listed on the girls,
There are
that's gonna turn
Japanese
out to
tourists.
not be the real price.
There are Japanese tourist warnings for those areas. They're like, "Hey, Japan's super safe, but," and then they list like a couple of stuff, and that area was one of the, like, it fit under the purview.
Well, Japan is not as safe as people think either, because like a lot of times murders in Japan are like written up as accidents if there's any possible way to do that, So
Suicide to the back of the head twice.
right,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. Very like Epstein-y suicides. So overpopulation, I'm told we disagree on. I don't know that we do, because I've never actually heard you talk about it, but I've heard people say that you don't believe in overpopulation, or you think it's a myth or whatever.
Yeah,
So,
I don't think it's a thing. I think that based on the projections we have right now for all the world's developing countries,
mhm.
it seems like they're going to level off before we reach anywhere near the Earth's population cap. That even like
Right.
at current projected rates, we would still fall below the amount of people that we could sustain with the food growing technology we have right now. It's just a distribution problem.
Right. What about the like carbon footprints that people, like, obviously a human being, even just one human being, has like a tremendous sort of impact on like CO2 usage and stuff, right? Well, not
Yeah, I
usage,
mean,
but like the amount of pollutants that they introduce into like any ecosystem.
it's more about the tech than the people, right? One American will release more, will have a larger carbon footprint than 100 people living in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
Sure.
So it's, or maybe even 1,000 actually.
But like
I guess
really,
that's
like
possible.
we're trying to like, I mean, we're trying to lift those people up though, right? We're not trying.
Yeah.
So like, eventually, I mean, unless you're talking about, I mean, I'm sure you do want to switch to like greener and greener technology, as I do
It'd be
as
nice.
well.
Yeah.
But I mean,
That'd be
like,
cool.
we don't have that now. So as those countries become more industrialized, they tend to have larger and larger sort of carbon footprints and other pollutants as well.
Well, to me,
Um,
I think the big goal here.
uh,
So some of this conversation feels a bit unfair because we got like a head start, right? The West got to develop and industrialize hundreds of years ago, so we
right.
got to belch all the carbon in the air. We had our cities choked with the pollution from cars driving around, and then we regulated it out, and now we're, a little bit better about it. At least relative to the process we had to go through. But like all these other countries, like they need that coal too. They need to go through that process. I think what we need to do is accept that we got a head start. It's allowed us to enjoy unprecedented like levels of quality of life, and now it's time to pay it back. I think we should be paying trillions out to invest in green energy infrastructure for the rest of the world. Like we should be paying them to use it, or we should subsidize them so heavily that it's cheaper for them to be building hydroelectric dams and wind farms than it would be for them to just use oil and coal like the rest of us did.
Right. But, I feel like the problem is that we're not even transitioned to that yet. And
We could. We could though. If we
yeah,
put the money towards it, we absolutely could right now.
and then I'm concerned too about like the land that we have now. I mean, like so much of the West Coast, unless these drought conditions start to reverse from like the catastrophic drought levels that we're seeing now. I mean, a huge amount of our food is grown in California, and their water's low. I think something like it's an insane amount of fucking produce that comes from that state. It's like a gigantic portion. We have underwater reservoirs in like Kansas that are diminishing quick. That's another place where a lot of our food is grown.
You know where
We
most of our
see
food goes though?
the garbage.
The stomachs of cattle. Seriously,
Well, I mean,
41%.
even of the food that is produced, like a lot of it goes to waste. Doesn't
No,
even
no, for
doesn't
sure,
doesn't
for
even
sure.
doesn't even feed cattle or anything. Just goes right to the trash one way or
But
another.
of all the land in the United States, about 40% of it is used to produce feed for livestock.
Well, I took a
40%,
trip.
not of farmland, but
I
of
took a
all
road trip
land.
from Louisiana to Colorado a few months back, and I can tell you, like most of it is cattle everywhere.
Oh, we don't need that much meat, I don't think. Here, wait, hold on. I'm just showing this to chat real quick. The by far the largest proportion of the land in our country is used for cow pastures and ranges and livestock feed, which is right over here. The food we eat for this little graph, that's this little rectangle, chat, if you can see. And then here's what we feed. The thermodynamics on this are just not smart. We probably shouldn't be eating this much damn meat, you know?
Yeah, and then there's a lot of other problems. Like if you drive through California, which I did recently, there's like you see a lot of the farmers there want to dam up all the rivers to keep the water from leaving into the oceans. Basically, just want to disrupt the water cycle. That's their solution to the drought. Um, there's like I don't know, and then there's like a lot of crops there that are not even picked because they don't want it to affect prices, so they pay farmers to grow it, but not pick it or give it to anybody because they want to make sure to control, do price controls and things like that. And then there's a lot of crops that are just like not water efficient. Like there's a ton of, I remember it's walnuts or some kind of a nut that they grow in like insane abundance. I think it's almonds. They grow.
Yes, almonds
There's
are
very
incredibly
insanely water intensive crop.
yeah.
But they're just like tons of almond fields all throughout California, even though they're in perpetual drought. I mean, like we do stupid things, but the problem is like I get, but it seems like the argument you're making for why overpopulation isn't a problem is because if we were smarter, it wouldn't be a problem, but we're not
It's
smarter. So
Well, the thing is, fixing overpopulation wouldn't fix all the problems we're talking about right now. Even
right.
if we could halt the human population at exactly what it is right now, every issue we're facing is still going to fuck us. So it seems like the overpopulation is a red herring, if anything. It does increase the number of mouths that we need to feed, but also, realistically, it increases the labor force of the earth, the number of people who can research, invest, who can develop, maintain, and staff wind farms and hydroelectric dams.
But
We
every
just need to
person,
direct that
every
labor in a
person
productive way.
represents more resources consumed, though. That's
And
more.
produced.
That's
And
more
it's not a
water.
zero-sum
I
game.
mean, well, something. I mean, it does. it means more stuff is produced in some respects, but it also means more stuff is used up.
Sure,
Uh,
but as long as that stuff that we're using up is sustainable agriculture, then we're set. I
well,
mean, we can make an
agriculturally,
infinite
I
amount
mean,
of that if we
yeah, I
need.
mean, some of the agricultural stuff, but like, we know that there's going to be water wars in the future, right? Like, we have the vice president pretty much admitting as much. We know that drought conditions are getting worse all over the planet. We know that there's going to be massive migrations from,
We can fix
like,
these problems too.
oh yeah,
I don't feel we have a right to complain about the population of the developing world when like everything we're talking about, we make no effort to fix ourselves. For water use in the United States, why do we let people have lawns? Like seriously, water is like an actual vital resource in this country, and we let people waste it on an ugly patch of trimmed grass in front of their lawns. Like how much? Wait, hold on. How much water used for? I don't actually know this. Maintenance
I mean, it's got to be insane, especially in climates that are not even very water rich.
States. More than outdoor water use in the United States, more than half of which is used for watering lawns and gardens. Nationwide landscape irrigation is estimated to account for. Oh, I'm going to have to read this for a second. Oh, goodness. Um, why save water outdoors? Water sense label. What is this? Outdoor use. Nationwide, 1/3 of all. I'll continue to work on this. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to get at is it just there are so many issues, but it's like the thing that I'm concerned about is that we're going to do to overpopulation the same thing we did to immigrants. You know, wages are being depressed, jobs are becoming harder to find. You know, things are getting outsourced. Who's to blame? And obviously, it's the business owners. But then they blame immigrants, right? And then it's like we can't feed our people, the climate's getting worse, we don't have enough clean water, who's to blame? And then rather than like, you know, rather than blame the developing world who consume per person a fraction of what we do carbon wise, I think we should do everything we can to subsidize the growth of the world. And I think we can do that. I mean we're capable of it mathematically. I don't know if we have the political capital to do it.
Well, that's my concern is like, it all sounds really nice in the context of us, you know, ceasing our stupid ways and doing things that make sense. But I don't feel like we're on that road. And I would agree with you that like holding up overpopulation as like, this is the root of our issues is, you know, not really productive because it's not the core thing that's really affecting it. And I think we can acknowledge that. But at the same time, I do think that with the lifestyle that humankind has developed, especially here in like the developed world or the first world or whatever the fucking term is at this point, you know, I feel like when we've set that precedent of like, this is the wasteful existence we're going to live with these like temporary, you know, single-use plastics and, you know, whatever the fuck else we got going on, and are just like wasteful usage of water, wasteful usage of food, not just on a personal individual level, but on like a system-wide level. Like overpopulation in that context, I think is a problem. And you know, I think we're seeing some of the fucking results of that problem in the forms of the climate change that's happening, which is going to make the problem worse because we have more and more people that are expected to exist on less and less space. And you know,
Got
this is a
plenty
very
of space on Earth though. America's like super
very spacious, but like
sparse.
the question is not just like, hey, I mean, I could fit. How many people could you fit in your house, right? But would it be sustainable to have that many people in there just because you could fit them physically? No, there's resources. They're a resource drained at a certain point.
I think it's just,
and there's so many resources on this planet that are finite. Water, fresh water is one of them, unless you talk about desalination, which is not there yet technologically.
We can invest in it more. It's undeniable that these are issues to be concerned about. The issue is like, in terms of what we can do about it politically, the only thing you can do to depress the population of developing countries is to wage war on them and just set
why just developing countries? I mean, like every country.
Well,
developing or not, developing, developed.
It seems like whatever solutions we could apply to fix the problem at our current population rate would also solve the problem at a higher population rate, where we level off at 10 or 11 billion. So it seems like we should focus on that.
I feel like you know, I feel like one thing we could do if you really want to like I don't even necessarily have policy
Oh, I
prescriptions
did the
for.
math, by the way. About 1/5 of the clean water in the United States goes towards lawn
Yeah,
maintenance, which is
disgusting.
insane to me.
You
Yeah.
should figure out something else to do with it. If you're gonna fucking grow something in your lawn, grow vegetables or something that's actually useful.
Something. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
But I would just say like maybe just have try to change the culture to where it's not necessarily looked on as like there's like a very like reproduce, like it doesn't need to be romanticized to the extent that it is. I feel like a lot of people end up having kids that shouldn't because it's just not for them, but they feel compelled to by society's expectations as well as, obviously a certain degree of a biological imperative to reproduce. But, I think it's overly romanticized, and I feel like there's a lot of instances like, I never felt happier than when I saw little Jimmy be born or whatever the fuck, and all this, like, it's changed my life being a dad. Maybe for some people that's true, but like, I think that expectation and the permeation of that, I don't know. And I know that it's kind of like what they want, right? That's why abortion has been made the issue that it is. That's why this whole like pro-life mentality took root. Because it's more consumers need a larger and larger consumer base to fuel more and more profit for ourselves, right?
Oh, I'm totally fine with having a higher population. More people does mean a better economy, and it does mean that we can better compound whatever efficiencies we get from having more people working on more projects. Right now, the U.S. birth rate seems to be at about 1.7 births per woman, which is below replacement rate by about 0.4. We only shore up that difference because we take in so many immigrants. I think in terms
Which
of
I'm fine
like
taking on the immigrants, but
yeah. I think in terms of addressing this, like it feels like the birth rate in developed countries are already pretty low. They might, in fact, be
well,
low
I mean,
enough
if you're
that we have a
talking
serious
about,
problem.
but if you're talking about things leveling off, then you can't have the idea that eventually everything's going to level off and we're going to be fine because we're not going to get anywhere near the numbers that are going to be needed to like cause like the ecological collapse, which I think is estimated, at least by some of the experts I've read, at like 11 billion people.
We could sustain 11 billion people with
11
current
billion
technology.
11 billion is pretty much the limit, from my understanding. That's like the carrying capacity of the Earth as far as like what infrastructurally could be supported.
I think
at least
it really depends on
at least according to
level of
like
tech we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, technological fucking advances could obviously change the number higher, but if we're expecting,
wonder what
there
we're
has to be
limited by, right?
there has to be an upper limit though. So
Eventually, yes.
if you have an economy that's based on perpetual growth, then you're going to reach a point where that is inevitably going to fail. There has to be something.
Well,
there has to be an idea that's more stable. There has to be an idea that doesn't need constant population growth in order to sustain itself.
In terms of like where these resources are being committed to, I know food's not an issue because again, like 3/4 of all of the farmable land on Earth is being used for livestock feed, and meat makes up a very small portion globally of the calories we consume. So if we reduced our meat consumption and spent more of that land producing fruits and vegetables and grains and potatoes and shit, then we could easily feed far more than 10 or 11 million people. We could probably go well up to 20 with like existing technology and stuff. Yeah, just for food wise, right? With water, we have to make sure the climate's kept clean, which I mean, that's a larger issue. But in terms of our global footprint, I feel like I feel like the
I mean, we're looking down the barrel of some pretty bad water shortages right now. So I mean, So I mean, like population reduction is one. Though. I mean, it is with our current lifestyle habits.
Right, but we can change those lifestyle habits. We can't really change the growing population. We're already domestically at a below replacement rate for our birth rate, which will cause problems in the future too. We can't rely on immigration forever, and eventually we're going to have these cyclical booms of like welfare sustainability for older people when they fall out of the workforce. You want a pretty like steady rate of growth, which is why China's about to have a serious fucking problem when its gigantic population boom enters retirement age. So I think that
Right, but even if you don't think it's happening now, eventually that growth rate is going to come up against the reality of carrying capacity. Whether you think that's 20 billion, 30 billion, or whatever it is, like there's going to come a point where the Earth simply cannot sustain these people, and then it's either we have to like work on some sort of terraforming project, colonizing space, using resources beyond the limits of the Earth, or we have to figure out some way to be sustainable at a lower population without needing
could we not level
perpetual
off?
growth.
Because it seems like all the industrialized countries of the world keep converging at the exact same, like just below replacement birth rate,
Right, but
right?
yeah, I mean, it does seem like once you industrialize, birth rates decline, probably as people get a little bit more educated and start to pursue maybe like their interests rather than not everyone's actually interested in fucking raising kids, having a family, that kind of thing. And you know, as people realize more options are open to them, that they kind of like some of them make different choices. But you know what I'm saying is that if you have an economy that's based on perpetual growth, eventually you're going to have to figure out a way to maintain that economy without the perpetual growth.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to disagree with that. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking right now. Right now, the United States, Iran, Brazil, China, Canada, Thailand, Italy, and Japan, and a few other countries too. They're all they're all below the global replacement fertility rate. The UN projection for around 2,100 puts basically every country on Earth, apart from Zambia, which I think is like the most underdeveloped country. So I think Zambia is a little fucky wucky right now, to be honest with you. Everyone else is below that rate. So I think this is one of those issues that'll solve itself. The thing that concerns me is that it's possible that a different economic system it might not have the suppressive force on birth rates that capitalism does. Maybe it's not capitalism and the modern like workday that makes people or sorry, maybe it's not industrialization that lowers birth rates. Maybe it's like the relationship we have to our work. And if we had a more democratic economy, it would encourage people to have more
I
kids
think
because they
some
would have more
people
time to spend with them.
that's true, and some people say it's like when women have more reproductive rights, they choose different paths, and we have better access to contraception and stuff like that. And I think a lot of people just realize that like kids aren't for them. Like they're just like I feel like if you're in a certain societies, it's more like the expectation of having children is like a lot higher of a benchmark, like within like a certain context. Yeah, I mean, like but as a society becomes more industrialized, you kind of like start to have more access to information, and women tend to have more rights over their body in those circumstances. Although I know we're having a lot of people try to chip away at those in this country. Yeah, like why? Let's regress. I don't know.
Maybe one day we will completely depersonalize the project of childbirth, Maybe it'll just be like, you have sperm that's donated and you have artificial wombs with like
Well, I saw
eggs.
someone on Twitter the other day say that if they try to start producing children in artificial wombs, then they'd fight a civil war against it or whatever. So, I don't know.
Well, people are very emotionally attached to the way that we do birth right now. But hypothetically, and maybe this wouldn't work right now, hypothetically, the idea of like a future where you do have to keep population more or less in a given range, then you don't give birth by fucking. Fucking is for fun and for spreading disease, of course. Instead, there are just like regions like produce children and like in accordance with the needs of the society, and B, in accordance with if there are people nearby willing to take them in. Like you'd submit, like, hey, yeah, if there are any kids popping out sometime in the future, I'd like some. And you, with your gay polycule of 12 queers, raise some vat-grown child. I don't know if that would negatively impact the human life experience. I'm not really sure. It's just kind of a sci-fi concept, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to fathom. So another thing that I wanted to disagree with you on is nihilism. I hear you use nihilism as a pejorative a lot.
Okay,
So,
I'm a big fan of absurdism and existentialism. When I say nihilism,
right.
well, I mean it in the colloquial sense, where I feel like people stop caring about things and they just adopt this like pretense of completely morally disinterested
Well, I feel like that can,
perspective.
I mean, that could easily be what you take from nihilism. But I mean, like,
Mm.
nihilism, as I understand it, is really just it's to me an extension of atheism where, there's no God in their universe, there's no objective meaning to existence. And that to me is nihilism. Just like I don't believe in the concept of external meaning, that the universe somehow has a standard or arbitrates some prescribed way to behave or some prescribed goal for my existence.
I think I know that nihilism has a lot of definitions philosophically and colloquially. The difference that I always understood it to mean was that existentialism and absurdism, which are kind of derivative from nihilism, believe that the universe is absurd, but we give meaning to it, or we have to find meaning in it, or essentially that meaning is a democratized concept. It's something individual, it's personalized, it's
Sure.
subjective. We build it. Whereas nihilism is the rejection of meaning existing at all,
Right.
meaning that not only is there no existential meaning, you can't make it for yourself either. It just there simply cannot be any. Meaning is a meaningless
I
concept.
understand nihilism more as I don't know, as the first step towards absurdism or existentialism being even feasible, because you have to reject the idea of a divine or objective or whatever word you want to use meaning before you can embrace the idea that you create your own meaning and that it's just a personal thing that exists, within you, or
It
maybe
possibly.
intersubjectively in a certain context.
I have to be really careful talking about this because I know that if I say anything like that sounds authoritative or definitive, I'm going to get emails from philosophy grads telling me that I have personally ruined their field
They
and that they'll
have
be coming to kill me now.
they have no more dominion over those words than any of us. So, in my opinion.
Not over the meaning of the words, but possibly an understanding of how they work. I
I mean, we're
philosophy.
talking about like every concept. It actually has to be fleshed out. You can't. This is why labels just suck as shorthands for things, because they don't encapsulate everyone's understanding, and we're not all going to have the same understanding of a term.
For me, it's about the argument that you can make, right? I've talked to a number of people who are either philosophers or philosophy graduate students in my email because sometimes it comes up from time to time, and I find the definitions incredibly boring to go over because like, oh god, reading the Stanford Plato fucking dictionary, it's like, oh well, all right, well, if you're a utilitarian then you can do this or that, but you also have to understand that, well, there are the non-contradictionists and the pro-contradict, and it's like basically like a historical outline of all the arguments that have happened between prominent philosophical groups. But to me, what I really like is the arguments, you can set all the jargon aside and just talk about like the fundamental
But it's
issue at
way
hand.
but it's way easier to just say like Vaush doesn't understand utilitarianism. Vaush is stupid. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, one of those things is true. You do have to be able to make a good argument. There's nothing more frustrating to me. I remember I had an argument with some like philosophy deuterino like a year and a half ago, and I am, I guess, what you might call a moral anti-realist and an no, what is it? An epistemic anti-realist. My idea is that there is no one universal form of truth. Um, that truth is something you have to presuppose, and that presupposition can be arbitrary, even if some presuppositions are much shakier than others. And I talked with someone who was apparently more educated on philosophy on me, and they got mad at me, and they argued that I was like, what was it? That I am saying that the Holocaust didn't happen or something. It was some right. It
well,
was
it's
it was
always got to
something
go
like
to some
that. I
crazy
forget the details.
hyperbolic fucking place. So,
I forget the details. I don't know. I think that philosophy is interesting. It's always something that I'm down to learn a little more about, even if I don't always, really get it.
it's messy. I just wish you wouldn't use nihilism as a pejorative, because
I'll try to use it better. I'll
to
be
me it's
better.
just like the embrace of the idea that there's no objective meaning in the universe. And I think that's an important thing, and I think it goes I don't really feel like it's contradictory to what you've said, but I get that you're trying to make it more of just like about like a sort of edgy rejection of like I don't care about nothing sort of mentality.
But there are certainly people who take that from the philosophy, though, right? Like there
Right,
are,
sure. I mean, but like to
right,
me,
right,
it's
yeah.
like, I mean, you could take a fact, and to me, the universe having no objective meaning is a fact in the same way that there being no God is a fact. It's just like there's no evidence to support it, so there's no reason to believe it.
I don't think we can make comments on the metaphysical, right? I don't know.
Right,
We can't prove God doesn't exist. It's more of a like
but like
the
with the
metaphysical by definition can't be proven. So like
right
commenting on whether or not it's real seems like kind of a waste.
unfalsifiable hypothesis, therefore,
Yeah, yeah.
who knows? But to me, meaning in the way that it's described by certain people is an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Now, my personal sense of meaning is a demonstrable fact. Do I feel as if certain things in my life have meaning? Sure, I do, and so does everybody. But if I choose to look at the lack of objective meaning in the universe and use that, and my reaction to that is, well, then fuck existence and I hate life and whatever, then that's my business, I guess. Seems like a kind of a waste of that revelation to me, but I'd rather pursue something a little bit more interesting with it. I mean, like the fact that there's no objective meaning means that you have power over what meaning is in your own existence, which kind of makes you your own god to an extent, which to me is way more appealing than just like moping around and being depressed about it. It seems like something to celebrate.
There's a
But
Satanist philosophy, I think, that adopts that idea, the idea that everyone is their own god or something like that.
yeah, LaVeyan style
Is it
Satanism.
Levan? Is that it?
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
the Anton
Yes.
LaVey style. Basically, that dude was he was pretty much a con man, but
Yeah, he was a little bit of a Joker character himself for
I mean,
sure. But
he had kind of a wry sense of humor about what he was doing, and I think that anyone who goes around calling themselves a Satanist kind of has to. I love the Satanic Temple. I prefer them over the Church of Satan because they're more of a, political activist thing, and they use all these laws that Christians try to pass to get a leg up for their own, social
their own
conventions.
group, right,
Right,
yeah.
and they're just like, well, okay, if you guys can do a prayer, then we can do a prayer. If you guys
Which,
can have a
by the
statue,
way,
then we can have a statue. And it's just like,
absolutely.
I love
Okay,
it.
we need like churches to like Marx or something where we're getting away with that shit. Yeah, absolutely. We don't have to pay taxes. We're a fucking church. Hey, yeah, absolutely. We get to protest and demonstrate here. Yeah, absolutely. We're a church, motherfucker. Now here, read this book. That would be a
I
good
love
use
when
of our
I love that
time,
they
I
said
think.
that the abortion pill was part of their like sacrament, and that they were tame to get the religious exemption for that. I don't know how
Okay,
that legal case is going.
that
Um,
would slap.
yeah, they
Oh wait, hold on. Wait, because I'll forget. Do you know the game Outer Wilds?
no.
Okay. Um, just based on what we've been talking about for the past hour and a half,
Hmm.
I feel like you would really enjoy it. It's a very cool game, and I think it touches at least tangentially on a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about. So I think you'd enjoy it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll check it out. Outer Wilds. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I'm not much of a gamer to be honest with you, but I try. I always hear about something that's good, and I'm like maybe, and then I don't. I got a few more things if you got time, but if you're
Yeah, I got till the hour.
all right, cool.
My fans who donated are getting fucked again, but that's okay. I like it when they're sad. It makes me happy.
Poor Dono fans.
Yeah.
I would have him read it, but anyway. So I don't know how you feel about it, but someone wanted me to talk to you about how you feel about bicycles and bicyclists, because I controversially hate them, but
Okay.
maybe you like them. I don't know.
So here's the thing, okay? When I'm driving, I despise bicyclists with all my heart. I
Yeah.
hate them and I want them to die by my wheel or another's, okay?
Hmm.
But when I'm sitting in my computer chair reading about how destructive car-centric infrastructure is in the United States, I am so pro bicycle that I just wish a fleet of them would roll across the country, flattening all car-based infrastructure beneath their little baby bicycle wheels, you know? Um, there's a YouTube channel called Not Just Bikes that I'm
Hmm.
rather fond of, and one of the things I talk about a lot is like the destruction of local community Because right in America, especially if you're in the suburb, and you want to go anywhere, it's like a day trip. You have to get in the car and drive over there, and you just go to the place and then come back. But that's not how it used to be. It used to be that cities were all mixed zoning. You could walk outside, and there's a coffee shop, a grocery store, a market, all within literally 500 feet of you. You could just walk there. But that's not how American cities are built now. They're built very separated, very car
Sprawly.
centric.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's inefficient, it's destructive to the environment and to our health and to our mental health. It bankrupts cities because the infrastructure you have to pay on maintaining that massive road network is astronomical. And when I'm reading on all of this, and then I look at what they have in the Netherlands, oh my God, the walkability of the Netherlands.
Yeah.
This is an
I
objectively
was
better way to live.
I mean, I was in the Netherlands, and certain people there do have cars, but they're much smaller and they're much less common. You do see a lot of bicyclists there, and honestly, even in a bike-centric culture, which I don't think you can get more bike-centric than the Netherlands, bikes are fucking annoying. There's something about being on a bicycle that just makes a person act obliviously. They refuse to obey any traffic law. If you're always, they're always in your way. And they always feel like entitled to every space everywhere on the road at any given time. So I hate them.
I feel like it's a cultural thing, right? When I drove in San Francisco for the
Yeah.
first time, I was astonished at how egregiously fucking careless the pedestrians are. When I was
Oh yeah.
driving around, San Francisco pedestrians are lunatics. I don't know what the fucking invulnerability pills they thought they swallowed that morning, but these fuckers will literally walk out from behind a car through a road that is actively being driven upon, just assuming that there's no car around the corner to hit them. And I was astonished by this behavior. But after a while, I learned that because San Francisco is so hilly and it has a functioning metro car system, they actually expect lower average car speeds. And for that reason, the pedestrians are bolder over there. Also, not just bikes, just showed up in chat. Hey, love your videos.
Damn bikes. Anyway, I hate them.
Yeah,
But
TJ hates bikes. Sorry, but
sorry.
we'll try to bike pill
I
him
don't really
eventually.
hate bikes. I just hate bicyclists. I don't know. Something about riding on a bike just turns a person into a fucking lunatic that just like you're literally on a couple of pipes with some wheels on it, and you're just like, I can easily share the same road with these giant combustion powered machines. Like, no, you can't.
Do you
It's not feasible.
their cunty outfits, like the helmets plus those
Oh yeah,
those like form-fitting like
100%.
neon green? Yeah, okay. I will admit that those outfits do.
Now, if we're talking about a person who's riding a bike because they can't afford a car, I guess, or if they're just like very health conscious, but like some of these people, I don't know, they're horrible. But whatever. That's
I
just
haven't biked in ages. I'd probably fall off. I've probably forgotten how to do it. Oh god.
well, that's like isn't that the stereotypical thing you never forget though?
Yeah, and I think they might be wrong. People used to
shit.
ride bikes in America. Not anymore though. Jesus. It's dangerous.
But anyway, yeah, I'm probably pissing a bunch of people off because every time I ever fucking have that take, people get pissed. But Rick and Morty, we disagree on that, I guess.
Can't just drop Rick and Morty on me.
Yeah.
An hour and 44 minutes
Well,
into the convo.
maybe save that for next time then.
Did I make one too many Pickle Rick jokes? What was your take on Rick and Morty?
I don't know. I just heard you weren't feeling like some of the newer seasons and shit, and I still think it's great. So,
The thing is, a season of Rick and Morty, even a worse one like season 3, is still better than almost any other animated adult television you're going to get. I do acknowledge that. It's just the show started with such this bold anarchic vision, and now they were in fucking Space Jam 2, and it just makes me angry. It's like season after season, and I'm not saying that I have a problem with good things succeeding. I'm glad that good things succeed. It's just like there was something about the show that feels like it was so cynical, and now it's cynical in the opposite direction, if that makes any sense.
yeah, I mean,
You know
well,
what I mean?
it's become more mainstream and shit, and obviously, like Rick and Morty sold out pretty goddamn quick though. Like pretty much this,
they did.
pretty
They were
much
in
this,
Fortnite.
like pretty much the second that like advertising opportunities came their way, they just like accepted every single one of them. Like, yeah, Wendy's, okay, sure, get the Baconator or whatever the fuck. Carl's Jr., yep, we'll hawk your burgers too. They don't care. I mean, they pretty much did it right from the start. So like, it seems
Guess it's
like
in character for Rick. That does indeed seem like
He just doesn't care, you know. But
Nah, it's good stuff. The season finale for season 5, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very well written.
all right, I
It
guess
felt
we
like
don't disagree that bad then. But
yeah,
so
okay.
someone
It
wanted
elevated the.
someone wanted me to ask you about UBI and whether or not that should be a thing.
I'm pro UBI. I just don't like Yang. I'm pro UBI. I'm here.
I mean,
for
I didn't
it.
even fucking mention no damn Yang, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Go
well,
off.
Yang. I mean, brings it up, but I said I have a problem with Yang. So people are like, hey, you have a problem with UBI.
I
have
have more of a problem with Yang over time. Like, I read the platform of his Forward Party, and I'm just like, this party sucks. This is lame. It's like
they're like, yeah, dude, we'll be the bipartisan party, and we'll do it by not listing any policies that anyone cares about. That way, no one can get mad at us.
It just seemed to me like Andrew Yang took a good hard look around, and I tweeted this basically. Took a good hard look around the country and was like, you know what's the answer? Radical centrism. It's like, what? How do you possibly look at what's going on now and just think like centrism? What's what we need? We need to be in the center, not even the real center, just like in the center between Democrats and Republicans, I guess, which are already too goddamn close and too goddamn far
and
right.
Already too far to the right. Yeah, exactly. You know what's going to be?
It's like you're not exactly breaking the mold here, Andrew. I don't know.
The worst day for any left-leaning person in America is going to be a little while from now. This is inevitably going to happen, and it's going to be morally devastating. Okay. Elon Musk is going to endorse Andrew Yang's Forward Party, and social media is going to be insufferable, unbearable for weeks afterwards. It's going to be a tire fire that's just going to stretch across the planet. There's going to be no escape from it.
Yeah, because like I remember when I first saw Andrew Yang, I was kind of like, huh, interesting. And then each successive time I saw him, it got less and less interesting to the point where now it's very not interesting.
Because he's a technocrat. I thought that his UBI proposal was part of a kind of odd, politically dissonant, but still radically progressive step to address real economic problems for working Americans. But it wasn't. The UBI was really all he had to say. And even then, initially, those UBI payments were discounted from whatever welfare money you already take. So if you're ultra poor, the UBI does nothing for you. It literally targets the most neady group the least.
Well, not only that, but
part of a broader
it just
project.
Seemed to me like it was like a life support system to keep, like, you know, you see these late stage capitalism memes. It's like he was trying to like put capitalism on a little life support system. Like, damn, people, this wealth disparity. We got to fucking somehow give the consumer base some spending money to keep this shit going.
We are literally going to arrive at a position where all of our unmatched productive capacity is fulfilled by about 50% of the workforce. And the remaining 50% will have no way of getting jobs. They'll be paid a threadbare UBI, and people will look at this and think, yes, this is normal. All of our billionaires will become trillionaires, and no politician will think to ask, how did our system somehow become more efficient and also poorer? How did that in what system can you automate a process which by definition increases its efficiency, and then somehow the poverty rate goes up after that, and nobody will question it? And Yang doesn't want to question it. Yang doesn't talk about that. He talks about automation like it's some inevitable mechanical force that we just have to cope with and deal with, rather than an uplifting, liberating thing, which is only potentially threatening because of who is in control of those automated
This was
processes.
actually a huge part of the conversation I had with Demon Mama yesterday about automation and robotics and AI. And like a lot of the problem with these things is not so much the technology itself, but the people that are in control of it and the way that it's going to come about in this country. Because it does have I agree with you, it has the potential to be such a tremendously liberating technology. Like when I hear like people, hey, all these jobs are gonna be automated away. It's like, good, fuck those jobs. Those it's some of the most thankless fucking jobs there is. But the problem is that the everyday person is not being brought in on those profits. It's not being like we're talking about a society that like you said, more productive than ever, but poorer, or at least poverty is like hugely concentrated at the bottom, and wealth is concentrated at the very, very tippy top. And we have Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos fucking battling it out to see who's going to fucking win the prize of trillionaire first.
And the poor people will be rooting one side or another. Half the population is going to be rooting for Elon, and the other half is going to be rooting for Bezos. And they'll be very invested in it, and people will lose IRL friendships over the arguments between those two factions.
I mean, it's going to be like, yeah, like you can almost see a future where like it's not even so much a matter of like party loyalty, but like which corporation are you loyal to? Which demagogue do you worship at the feet of, you know?
Unironically, literally, actually, and unironically. I think it has the potential to be such a liberating tech, you know?
Right, because like,
I
mean, like if you didn't have to, I mean, like so many of these menial jobs like cashiers and fast food workers and stuff like that, you know, you automate that stuff away. You know, that stuff is just generating money, but there's nobody to fucking, the only people that are going to enjoy it are the people at the very top. You don't get a cut of that. There's no sort of like, you don't get a piece of that pie because they've spent all this time. Like the only bargaining chip people have in this country right now, I don't know if you'd agree with me, is their labor and I guess their complicity. You know, you automate enough jobs away, then labor doesn't even become a big, that big of a factor anymore. It basically, the worker becomes redundant at a certain point. So do you, as a laborer, just accept obsolescence and fade into the obscurity of death or whatever, destitution, or do you demand a piece of the action? Because if you're going to demand a piece of the action, now's the fucking time, because the further along this gets, the harder that becomes.
100%. Yeah, it's if we always need to make sure, even if we don't have political power, that we at least have economic leverage. And if we don't have either of those things, then we don't really have any reason to exist in the eyes of the state.
Right, but don't
and
you
by
see?
We, of
don't
course,
you,
I mean the pros, not us YouTubers. Obviously, we're always valuable.
There's going to come a time when the AI will replace us as well. It's just going to be like, wow, we now algorithmically can calculate what, is going to be the most emotionally. I mean, that's when it's really fucking over, to be honest with you. Like when you can produce a triumph of the will for whatever political propaganda you want, and you can figure out how to manipulate people, how to speak to their. I mean, like advertisers have been refining this forever. But when it comes down to like an exact science and they figured it out and they've mapped how to get every person, cowed in, then, it's just like, I mean, sometimes I'm convinced it's already fucking happened. Like I'll watch these movies and it's like they rose up against the oppressive capitalist system and overthrew it. And now justice reigns supreme in the land. It's like, wow, that's kind of a cool message. And then it's like, brought to you by Amazon. It's like, why?
Yeah, capitalist realism. It gets commodified and sold back to you.
Right. So it's just like, even your little subversive thoughts that you think are so fucking dangerous is just another fucking market for them to, slap on a T-shirt. So I don't know.
Not us, though. We're independent.
No, we're beyond. I mean, like, I have seen beyond the veil of the system. Join my Patreon, please. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. Brought to you by Google. I mean, like, fuck. No, I mean, it's like,
or you can go to the website, just donate directly. That's how you really get them.
Yeah, that's how you fucking take it to the fucking man. That's how you fucking take it to those pigs. Support our fucking YouTube channels, please. No, I mean. I don't know. It does get depressing. I try not to get like too doomery or whatever. I like to try to believe that that there is some sort of ability to navigate through this. That maybe nice. There is like a positive outcome. Like, how do you feel? Like, I guess that's something I'm curious about. Maybe that could be like a good like bow on the conversation. Is what's your hope level like, Vaush? Like, not. I know you see all the ways that, things could be fixed in your eyes, maybe for most issues, but like what you talked about how people who like to gamble don't understand probability. So let's see how we understand probability. Like, what's our odds? What's humanity's odds?
It's not really about probabilities. It's just that systems don't last forever, and the autocrats above us are nowhere near as competent or well coordinated as we pretend they are. Even the most tyrannical authoritarian systems are run on incredibly thin margins, and that's the case for everything good and for everything bad. But I think that systems that are good tend to have a sturdier base. I think they're a little bit more foundationally stable because they don't require authority to prop themselves up in the same way that other countries do. Or to put it another way, democracies tend to last longer than authoritarian countries in the modern world. So, with all that said, I think I think there are things that we have some right to be optimistic about. On almost every social issue, America is becoming significantly more progressive very, very rapidly. So that's nice. And economically, we do see a surge of strikes right now and other labor action, in addition to a increasingly fed up population with regards to the low wages that we're paid. It's true we're still in political gridlock, and I don't think we're anywhere near a solution, but I think that people have the right, at least a lot of people, have the right attitude towards these problems, which means that even if things are bad, you can be in the company of people who want a better world. And I think that ultimately is the thing we can always take some comfort in, because the greatest freedom that we have is bitching and moaning with the people next to us. That's always been it. When the state starts to quiet you down, when the state sends the troops in to keep you quiet, when you're alone in your opinions, that's the ultimate like despair right there. But at least as things get bad, we have the right, the ability, and the numbers to always find people around us who we can bitch with. And maybe eventually that'll lead to something, but even if it doesn't, it's better than being quiet.
Yeah, at least you have some commiseration at that point.
Hmm.
I'm happy to put a bow on it at that point if you are.
Oh yeah, we're 3 minutes till, so I really appreciate you coming on, man, and all of the wacky esoteric topics, like Rick and Morty that we found time to talk about.
Well, I tried to think of everything we disagreed on. I could have brought up like the kink it pride shit, but like I was like, do I really want to dredge that fucking ancient shit up? And I'm glad I didn't have to. But I did disagree with you on that as well. But or at least I think
That's
I do.
okay. We might end up
I
agreeing
feel like
more
the
than we
only
think we will.
yeah, I mean like that seems like it's typically the case. I think the only issue that today where I felt like maybe we still don't really see eye to eye is this overpopulation stuff, but maybe we could devote more time to that at some point in the future if you wanted
Well,
to.
tell you what, I'm not going to have any kids anytime soon, and you don't either. And that way, even if ideologically we may disagree, in practice we are affecting the
Yeah,
same
very
result.
true. All right, Vaush. Well, thanks for having me on. I appreciate you coming on my stream as well. I'm just gonna
Always happy to talk with you, man.
plug myself one more time if that's okay.
Of course.
Yeah, I'm The Amazing Atheist, my YouTube channel there. I have a podcast, Deep Fat Fried. We have new episodes every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of every week. I'm sorry, every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday of every week. I have a live show covering the news every Wednesday called Flash Fried. We do a patron-only show every Friday, so it's like pretty much all week long, new content every single week. And I also do streams over on my TG Does Life channel where I'm simultaneously streaming this Vaush conversation right now. And those are my 3 places you can find me. You can also check me out on Twitter where I spend way too much of my fucking time.
It's really been nice seeing you live stream lately too.
Thank you.
Being my preferred medium and all that. I have fucking eyelash in my eye. There we go.
They're supposed to be, right? That's where the eyelashes belong.
Oh yeah, a little bit above it.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you coming out. Next time we'll not fiddle so much in the DMs before actually talking. Okay.
Sure thing. And yeah, I'm gonna come kick your ass on the overpopulation thing, but I got to get some of my research in order. Then I'll destroy you.
Yeah, get your numbers ready because I'll be doing it too.
Yeah.
You take care. Have a good one. All right.
You too, man. Have a good one. All righty. And that's that, y'all. That's that. it was a good conversation. I feel like it didn't have the same energy that our first one did, but I feel like we covered some interesting ground, talked about some neat little topics. I would look forward to talking on overpopulation more with Vaush, but I wanted to see what his position actually was because I'd actually never heard it. I just kind of heard people vaguely allude to, Vaush doesn't really jive with the overpopulation thing. So I'm going to get some numbers ready I'm going to go back at him, see if he'll fucking take me on in like a month or two on the fucking overpopulation thing. But pretty much everything else that I thought we disagreed on, we were able to kind of talk through and figure out that I don't think we were all that far apart. So this was a good fucking little test to see where he actually stood on shit. And we really didn't disagree on that much, I feel like. I think with the overpopulation thing, it's really just a matter of, like, I feel like he's putting the cart before the horse. I feel like, you know, his arguments against overpopulation are too contingent on humanity behaving differently than it currently does. And I don't really feel like the argument about fairness is particularly moving to me, because it really doesn't. I mean, I agree that it's unfair that our country got to industrialize and develop in the way it has, but it shouldn't have. And we realize that now. So I don't feel like everyone else gets to make the same mistake that we did just because we made it first and we got to benefit from it. You know, I'm totally for helping people develop green technology. I'm totally for fucking opening our borders up in this country. Now maybe there's a fucking level of immigration that becomes unfeasible. I don't know, but I don't have any problem with it. And I think that we're going to have to ultimately. Either that or we're going to have to be basically just embrace fascism, because there's going to be so many people who need a place to come that are not going to be able to stay near the equator as global temperatures rise out of control and too many places just become desolate. I feel like we're too far from overpopulation being a problem to worry about it. I mean, like, I feel like some of the problems we have are caused by overpopulation. Like, part of the reason that climate change is an issue is because there's so many people consuming so many things, creating such a large carbon footprint. Now, you could say, well, people in the Congo don't create that same footprint. Well, what's the quality of life of a person in the fucking Congo, though? It's not very good in comparison to what we have here. So I don't know why we'd want to, like, what's the idea? We're going to just, like, everyone's going to live like the people in the Congo? Because that's not a very appealing solution. I think, you know, obviously green technology, important part of the fucking solution. And, you know, it needs to stop being looked at as like a hippie thing that's like people have a natural antagonism towards. You know, I don't know what the Congo has to do with it. Well, he's saying that someone in the Congo has a much smaller carbon footprint than someone in the U.S., which is totally true, because it's not heavily industrialized in the same way. We'll never solve that right now without a Thanos solution. That's true. I mean, I just feel like don't breed. Like, you know, unless you have some super compelling reason to breed, just don't do it. And I guess, you know, if you want to, I'm not going to, like, stop you. I think it'd be way too draconian of a measure to, like, literally stop people from breeding. But I think we could at least disincentivize it. And I think we need to move away from a culture that... I think we need to move away from a growth-based economy. And I think that, you know, we could improve the quality of humanity, not really the quantity of it. And I'm not talking about like a eugenics thing. I'm talking more like a transhumanist thing. So that would be some of the ideas, but I didn't want to get too far into it when I don't have like numbers in front of me. Talk about carbon footprint, 27 active volcanoes last 6 months. I mean, he still have green leaves on trees so far in the fall. I mean, yeah, volcanoes do release a lot of carbon. That's true. But human beings also release a lot of carbon. And we're accelerating the climate's change by doing so. The climate has cycles, just like most things do. And but we're not due for a warming cycle. We are precipitating a warming cycle. This is not really something that's like contentious in scientific circles. It's pretty well accepted. If you want, I can get a climate scientist on the show and they can field your questions, but I'm not that. I'm a crazy dude wearing face paint. My thing is, if we don't address the things that make overpopulation an issue, we're going to die anyway. I mean, I agree. I don't really feel like... I think if we treat overpopulation like it's the root cause of these problems, then we are putting the cart before the horse. But at the same time, like, we can look at like the same way that we look at an issue like electoralism. Like, Vaush advocates that we engage in electoralism even as we pursue more drastic measures. I would suggest that we treat overpopulation the same way. Work on the population issue, even if that's not the grand solution. It's something that it's a measure that helps, at least in many respects. Now, economically, it hurts us in certain ways because we have an economy that's based on perpetual growth. But, I mean, all the better reason to, engage in this kind of population sabotage, right? Grind that to a halt, make them come up with something that's more sustainable, that doesn't rely on an ever-increasing population. Love you, sir. Thanks, Flashaga. Are the stupid tankies gone yet? Were there tankies? I didn't see the tankies. I don't know. See what kind of shit Vaush talked to me after I left. Probably all kinds of shit. Hey, Scotty's here.
Fuck you, dude.
Go away, Scotty. No one likes you.
I like me.
No, you don't.
Damn, you got me there.
Oh, where'd it go? I don't know. I guess he ended the stream after we... Is this the one? It says 4 hours ago. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, I want to see what he said after I left. What kind of shit he talked. Simultaneously streaming this Vaush conversation right now.
Man, 2 good conversations in one day. That's got to be a...
And way too much of my fucking time.
It's really been nice seeing you live stream lately too.
Thank you.
Being my preferred medium and all that. I like that.
They're supposed to be, right? That's where the eyelashes belong.
Oh yeah, a little bit above it. I really appreciate you coming out. Next time we'll not fiddle so much in the DMs before actually talking. Okay.
Sure thing. And I'm gonna come kick your ass on the overpopulation thing, but I got to get some of my research in order. Then I'll destroy you.
Get your numbers ready, because I'll be doing it too. You take care.
Yeah.
Have a good one. All right.
You too, man. Have a good one. See what we got. And then he immediately starts talking
2
shit.
good conversations in one day. That's got to be a fucking record for this channel. If it's not a record, we're definitely tying a record. Okay, we're definitely getting up there. Whew, what a day. Yeah, I love TJ. He's the best. Oh, TJ's the best for sure. I got a dip though. I do have some stuff to take care of. I know that I'm hardcore dono cucking people, so the next
TJ had cringe takes on bikes otherwise based.
I think I have something scheduled tomorrow that I can't get out of. Let me see. Okay, we'll do the January 6th story tomorrow. I'm sorry. I thought I'd do it today, but you know how this stuff is. We ended up watching the Gus Johnson stuff. Wait, let me check my calendar. Do I have something tomorrow? Okay, yeah, tomorrow at 4 p.m. we're talking to an indigenous activist. I don't know if activist is too strong of a word. We're going to talk about the Professor Flower shit, basically. But, like, with a person who it actually affects, I think. So, yeah. Okay, so we're going to do that. I don't know if activist is too strong a word. Maybe advocate would be a better one. Like they care about this stuff, but I don't think they're like a political...
Should have talked more shit. Should have been like, that was the dumbest fucking conversation I've ever had in my life. Can you believe he showed up wearing that stupid fucking face paint? Blah, 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 blah. TJ showing his insecurity cue. Well, I want to make sure, I can get some of them coconuts, If he doesn't want his cock sucked, you can't get the coconuts. That's my understanding, right? See, that's the thing that's left out of the coconut analogy, right? You guys know the Vaush's famous coconut analogy, right? It's you crash on a desert island, and while you're knocked out, Vaush collects all the coconuts, and then once he's got all the coconuts, you wake up and he's like, "Yeah, you got to suck my dick if you want any of these coconuts, because they're mine, because I gathered them. That's my labor." Is basically like to show, it's about capitalistic greed and stuff. Vaush never, what do you do though if Vaush doesn't even want his dick sucked by you? What if you're fucking not even good enough to suck his dick? Then you don't get no coconuts and you starve to death. So it's always a good idea to make sure that you appeal to Vaush enough for him to want you to suck his dick, because then you get a coconut. This is TJ's theory of getting coconuts. 101 explained. Great combo. Watch you since the 2012 Justin Bieber stuff. Video. Thanks for stuff. Tell Scottsworth I said hi. Scotty, some fucking rando says hi to you.
Okay.
Scotty says okay. He's very excited. TJ having a more moderate / reasonable take is the winner in my opinion. I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. You're psychotic. You've lost your mind. You got to make Vaush's hut. The fuck are you talking about, bro? I ain't making no damn hut. I ain't making no damn hut. Why is Vaush always the one doing the coercion when people make this analogy? I'm pretty sure he was in his original analogy. I believe he was. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm mistaken, but that's how I remember it. What was the DM conversation like? I mean, our DMs were basically just like months and months, actually a year plus of me going like, I should come on your show. Yeah, come on. I should come on your show. Yeah, come on. I should come on your show. Yeah, come on. But we were just like, so the thing is, Vaush responds to DMs like 2 weeks after you send it. So it's really hard to coordinate. Like, I have a schedule that I like to figure out way in advance. And I kind of realized that you cannot get, if you want to be on Vaush's thing, you cannot write to him expecting to be on soon. You got to like have some like far flung future date so that like the extremely slow process by which you communicate with him will eventually, translate into it happening. Yeah, transhumanism would be an interesting topic to discuss with Vaush. I wonder how he feels about that. I feel like there is some of that. I don't think it's as bad as it is in like Shoe on Head or something, but some of that anti-robot sentiment. Now, he did recognize the liberating power of automation, which is encouraging, but I don't know how he feel about human augmentation by means of, technological intervention. Neither are you, Smoothie. What are you talking about? I'm a pro DM responder, very attentive. Lol. You're not great at responding to DMs either. Lol. Whatever. I get back to you way faster than Vaush gets back to me. All right. TJ, you, Demon Mama, Vaush, and Contra, my favorite content creators seeing. You talk to 2 of the 3 back to back was great to me. Cool. Appreciate it. Great talk, man. I want to see more combos with Vaush in the future. Seems like he actually have something in his coconut. Yeah. Pretty sure he's pro transhumanism. Cool. Well, actually, it's not cool. I need more disagreement with Vaush. You can't be all sycophantic ass kisser, because then you're not going to get that many coconuts for your fucking blowjob. You got to fucking walk a thin line. If you seem too simpy to Vaush, he might just try to fucking, I'll give you some coconut juice. That blowjob wasn't all that. Here's a little coconut juice, but you don't get a fucking whole coconut for that pitiful fucking dick sucking. But if he hates you a little but likes you a little, that's when you get the good coconuts. That's like a 3 coconut blowjob right there. Boom. I'd love to see you talk to ContraPoints. I honestly don't fucking know shit about ContraPoints. We used to hate each other back when, she was identifying differently. And I think she made a video against me after transitioning at some point. I don't know where we stand with each other at this point. I never liked her videos that much. They seem like they have really great production values and look great. And her outfits are definitely great. And the sets are amazing. But I don't really know about the fucking, I guess the content's probably fine too. I don't know. I don't get into it. Talk to Vaush about Kink at Pride. He has a pure center lip. I almost brought it up, but it just seemed like such old hat shit. Like it's not even a current event anymore. I do disagree with him on it, but it just didn't even seem like it was worth bringing up. Because it's like, what are we going to do? Argue about like some fucking weeks ago shit? Maybe it'll come back around next time Pride Month happens and we can fucking argue it then. You need bisexual lighting, TJ. Every light that touches me is a bisexual light. Love the guesting you have going, very entertaining. Yeah, I probably don't expect too much more of it because there's really not many people that I would even give a shit about as guests. I guess I promised I would talk to Jamie, but like, you know, that's just Jamie. No offense. You know what I mean? But yeah, I guess that she's gonna like take me to task for like some of my problematic shit. I figure someone should like try to hold me accountable, I guess. I mean, I'm not going to be, but you know, it's good that people see someone trying. Oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, he pretty much backed down pretty hard from his Kink at Pride thing because I think he realized it wasn't even really worth like that much defending, but you know. I feel like I had a pretty interesting take on it that not many people had that I was interested to kind of get into, but like really I missed my window of opportunity. Like there's a lot of topics where some event will happen that precipitates a discussion and then my interesting thoughts on that discussion happen like 3 months later. You know what I mean? So it's like pretty much useless. Because by the time I figured out what the fuck my stance is, everyone's like, what? That shit? That's over. It's like, damn it. I missed it. I missed my window. Mussolini, next guest? Yeah, for sure. I got Scotty laying on my floor. It's kind of weird. It's just like laying there. He's scared. Scotty, why are you scared? Oh, he's terrified. It's like, I'm not scared. I'm stretching. No. You're terrified, Scotty. I did see JonTron had like some kind of anti-vax shit. Like, I don't know. Like, JonTron is like one of the funniest fucking dudes ever. I think his videos are fucking hilarious. Like, I've never seen someone just as naturally funny. But like, that dude just needs to stay the fuck away from politics, man. He's just not good at it. Are your thoughts on Kink at Pride? I mean, I just feel like, you know, when you're talking about gay people, like, to me, like, kinky people should be part of that fucking thing, you know? It's like, gay people need to have acceptance in society. Well, yeah, so do fucking kinky people with, like, you know, like to fucking dress in leather and get fists in their ass. Fists in their ass. Like, that's something that also needs to be respected. You know, even if it's funny, even if it's like, you got fucking fisted in the butt or whatever, you know? Like, that person still deserves respect as a human being. That person still should have the right to go on the street one day and be like, yeah, I'm here. I like to get fisted in the ass. Get used to it, right? Like, why not? Why does that person's sexuality have to be fucking... They're not hurting nobody, maybe themselves. Take too big of a fist, rip your asshole open, but that's the risk you take. I think that's another thing me and Vaush... I mean, like, I think Vaush... You know, he's trying to, like, remove all these activities from people that, you know, it's like, well, you know, obviously they can't be trusted with this decision or that. I mean, like, you got to fucking let people fuck up somewhere, all right? Like, you can't just fucking... Society can't just coax people into perfection. You gotta allow people their flaws. You gotta allow people their weird shit. You got your freedoms, you know? You got your freedoms. Raise your smelly fist in solidarity. You should DM Jamie and see how long you can DM her without her getting annoyed. I mean, it's just like instant, I think. I think my very existence just irritates Jamie on some level. You got your freedoms. Yeah, we did talk about gambling. I don't think we went... I mean, I feel like I might have softened him a little on the issue. I think I might have at least given him something to think about on it. I don't think I moved him on overpopulation at all. But I really wasn't prepared to, so we should definitely pick that back up because that's a discussion with a lot more meat on it. But I definitely need to do more fucking research on it. See, now I'm actually incentivized. to give a shit about that topic. I mean, I give a shit about it, but to like care enough to present an actual fucking data-driven argument. Vaush is basically Brian from Family Guy. Okay. What's Jamie's channel? Has she gotten better since that Paul debate? It's like Lady Hopium now, I think. You could find it. It's not that hard. Post Vaush. Yeah, Vaush was on earlier. And now he's not. Now we're done. Dude, Scotty brought one of his teas. This is tea. He's going to leave this here, 100%. If Scotty brings something to my house, it always is left here. If Scotty brings a sandwich to my house, I'm going to eat that sandwich because he's going to eat half of it and put the rest in the refrigerator, and I'm going to eat it when he's gone. I am happy. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying. Nah, TJ, I love talking to you just because I disagree with you and criticize you sometimes doesn't mean you irritate me. I mean, I'm still here, aren't I? I guess. So fucking true. He is Brian. I don't really see. Well, how's he Brian? I'm Lady Hopium on all platforms, and yes, my content has gotten better, in my humble opinion. There you go. I mean, like, who's going to say otherwise? No, I still suck as much as I ever did. If anything, I'm worse, you know? He didn't bring it from me. No, it's his. It's his tea. How often is Scotty at your house? Probably, I don't know. Like, if it's a work week, a lot. Like, usually, like 4 or 5 days a week on a work week. And then on a non-work week, usually like once or twice, maybe, a week. So, pretty often. I thought Jamie looked fine and Paul looked dumb. I think Paul definitely, for me, won that. It just seemed like his ideas were more fully formed. But, you know, I could see how maybe his, like, aggressiveness was dis-charming or whatever the fuck you'd say. Paul's very, I mean, like, it's honestly, it's hard to fucking argue with Paul because he's very passionate and he's, like, very forward with his emotions. And you have to fucking contend with that. You know, and you have to be willing to fucking match it sometimes, which can be very difficult because he's a fucking master at it. You know, and he has like a very vivid and colorful set of like rhetorical skills that he can, you know, turn on you at a fucking moment's notice. So I never take Paul lightly in terms of that kind of shit. You know, he might, when he's aggressive, he might lose a lot of people just because of the aggression, but I feel like that, you know, doesn't necessarily translate to like him losing the debate or whatever. I feel like it just maybe is off-putting to certain people when it's like, oh, okay, well, he's just like too aggressive for me. But, you know, I feel like there's usually a lot of fucking substance there as well. And that's why it's like hard to argue. Aggressionness. I don't think I said aggressionness. I said aggressiveness. Paul is as round as a ball. That's true. If Paul was willing to talk to me in good faith, he would have convinced me over his opinion because I pretty much agree with most of his arguments at this point. Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes it takes a little while. I don't know. I feel like Paul makes good arguments for the most part. They're more emotion-driven than arguments I would make, but I don't really feel like that invalidates them. I love your aggression in the early TAA videos. Paul comes off way more whiny. I don't know. I feel like when I look back at that stuff, I feel like I come across as pretty whiny to my own eyes now, but that could just be like the benefit, I guess, of hindsight. How do you feel about the transgender bigot video in 2021? Would you consider apologizing to Milo? No, I think he was pretty stupid. I don't think that was a good video at all. I think that was really just like terrible, honestly. I would maybe do some things differently in my criticisms, but, you know, I never misgendered him or anything, so I don't really feel bad about it. I don't feel like being trans entitles you to people agreeing with your terrible political takes. And, this idea that, like, I get that everyone has racial bias and we need to, like, discuss, like, the ways that society is racist. But just going to people and being like, you're all racist. If you're white, you're racist. Like, you basically, like, shut down any conversation from happening and put people on the ultra defensive. And, you're just like, you're not even doing yourself any fucking favors. It's just like typical terrible fucking marketing from the left. They don't understand how to sell ideas to people, so they fucking come up with these terrible fucking slogans that, it's like, I'm going to say something to you that on the face of it sounds horrible and then rely on you being curious enough for me to explain myself afterwards. And it's just not always the fucking right strategy. It's like, you just say defund the police. It sounds like you want a society where there's just no policing and like criminals can run free and do whatever they want. You create that impression instantly. And then you have to explain that that's not what you mean. Like, why don't just pick a phrase that doesn't fucking have that connotation, Actually, Demon Mama convinced me because she had a pretty similar position to Paul, but I felt she did a better job arguing it. I mean, that's the thing is like, it takes different approaches. So maybe there's like the same idea can be presented to you in like 3 or 4 different ways. And, one way you might think like this is just garbage idea because maybe the person presenting it is not to your taste or like the way they're arguing it doesn't fucking appeal to you. But like a different person with a different fucking life experience, maybe more resembling your own, comes along and says the same thing. It's like, oh, well, I see it more from their perspective because they're maybe more like me in some way or another. Or maybe I just relate to the argument they're making better, or I think it's more intellectually sound, or whatever the fucking case may be. So Paul bash. I don't know. I just talked to Vaush, and everyone wants to talk about Paul, but, hey, whatever. If that's where the conversation goes, I guess. Demon Mom and Paul be interesting to talk. Yeah, I think that could be an interesting conversation. You'll never win an argument by playing. I mean, they both seem to be very into mutual aid, so that could be fruitful. The approach is very important. Yeah, I mean, I think that it requires different approaches, right? I mean, like, not everyone's going to be sold by fucking one. Sometimes people present things in an extreme way. Maybe some people are going to be more susceptible to an analytical approach to a subject, and other people are going to be more susceptible to an emotional one. And other people are going to be more susceptible to a funny one. And other people are going to be more susceptible to a dramatic, emotionally evocative one. Angry. Maybe it just depends on, like, capturing whatever they're feeling inside. Or maybe they want to set feelings aside and just be completely fucking cold about it. Whatever the case may be, there's always a different approach for a different kind of person. Me and Paul had a debate in the Discord about Facebook group and about Bernie, and I don't know. I love Paul. He's pretty smart, but his arguments were really bad. I mean, I think that sometimes it's like Paul has like not a lot of give in his positions, so you feel like he's being irrational when he sticks to his guns because most people will be conciliatory towards you in a debate, but really most of the conciliatoriness that people show you in a debate is fake. Because we've all had the experience of talking to a person and it seems like they're kind of being conciliatory on some points, but then later you realize that they haven't moved an inch on the subject. Happens to me with my conservative family members all the time. You'll make an argument with them. Scotty can attest to this because it's happened to him too. You make the argument. It seems like maybe they're following it up to a point and even agree with a few points, but then, at some point it just devolves right back to exactly where they were because the conciliatoriness was just out of politeness. Paul doesn't do that in a conversation. If you haven't moved Paul, he's not going to act moved. And I kind of appreciate the honesty of that. Debating getting a pumpkin shake. What debate tactic would best convince me? I mean, if you want a pumpkin shake, you're going to get a pumpkin shake. It doesn't matter what people say.
They're already going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, like I think you're already like predetermined to get it.
You've already put into the zeitgeist that you want a pumpkin shake. Now it's just like, how can you sell yourself on the pumpkin shake more than anything?
You want to get on the mic, Scotty?
Oh, okay.
If you want. I mean, you don't have to.
I don't want to treat like a string.
No, you're fine. I don't care. Here, I'll change the angle here. Change the shot a little.
I didn't want to show up and be like, well, I'm on your stream.
Scotty's here. I'm fine with it. Pop on in.
That's why I was stretching and shit. But that was fun. It was good to stretch. But I was actually scared.
Yeah, Scotty was terrified. But Scotty just said, like, yeah, you put it in the zeitgeist that that's what you wanted.
You want it. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest with your psychology right now. Like, you just want a pumpkin shake, so...
Scotty, you're just going to get covered by the chat. Sorry.
It don't matter. So, dude, just go get or whoever it is, go get a fucking pumpkin shake and enjoy it. People, I've been asked some number of times, like, I don't really care about Vaush. It's not that I think, like, Vaush is irrelevant. Like, I don't think, like, that. But I just don't really care. I don't give a fuck about YouTube personalities, if we're just being honest. You know what I mean? Like, so it's nothing against him or anyone in particular. I'm just not really interested in most of that shit. Like, I'm more, like, honestly, my main preoccupation is usually with, like, what I'm doing. I'm not, I think it's just narcissism. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, for me to care more about Vaush would be kind of strange to me because it's like, he's doing this. Like, well, I mean, I'm just trying to do what I'm trying to do. Like, if I focus on what Vaush is doing, that's not really productive to me.
Right. No, I feel you. I mean, I really don't listen to too many either, but, like, I don't know. I don't really care about him as, like, a YouTuber. I just think he has, like, an interesting perspective, and I think that he's very, like, articulate in what he says.
Oh, undoubtedly, yeah.
And
I'm not saying it's like a criticism of him. I'm just saying, like, that's right. That's like where I come to those places with people like
you're
that.
just like, I don't really care, you know.
I mean, yeah, I just don't care. I mean, maybe he's making brilliant points, maybe he's not. Like, it's not really for me to determine that. 'Cause I don't really view it that way. Like, it is interesting to have different perspectives, though. But I mean, oftentimes what I've heard of Vaush, I generally agree with a lot of the overarching points he makes. I would say, yeah. I definitely respect him for what he does, and I mean what he's accomplished.
YouTubers are more of a Gen Z hobby, I guess. Should get Paul on. He's about to stream. Well, we actually have some other shit we got to take care of, so I'll probably not be streaming too much longer here. So probably just let Paul take it from here at a certain point, because you know we have some other shit. Sky's over here to work on some other things. We're gonna be doing some stuff for that like Fighting Boys concept that we've produced a few little episodes for. Does Paul stream on a schedule or just whenever? Just whenever.
Oh, dude, I'll tell you, the short time we did, at least I live with Paul, it's just random. It's like whenever Paul has the need. Paul, I'll tell you what, if you want a little guide and the insight for Paul, I don't think he would even mind people knowing this. Like, Paul likes to warm up if we're going to record, so a lot of weekdays, Paul will kind of jump in. Like, he likes to do shit on Twitter. He likes to do stuff on YouTube, of course. And he'll just jump in and he'll kind of like, that's how Paul like warms himself up. So if you really want to catch a ideology, you know, that's probably your best bet is, you know, weekdays around, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the time, what that would be. Like 1 Pacific.
Oh, those Fighting Boys.
Paul's mom actually inadvertently gave the name of the show because every time we would talk about it, it would be like, that was Fighting Boys.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what are those Fighting Boys up to?
When are we getting a Scotty stream? Thursday.
Yeah, Thursday at 3 p.m.
Thursday,
no, I don't know.
November 75th.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I could do a stream, but honestly, like, I hate the camera I have. I hate that Mevo cam.
I told you about that
I have to
shit.
admit you were right about that.
I always tell you that.
But
you always get swooped away by some stupid little piece of You just need to stop buying this cutesy novelty shit and just get the shit that's like proven to work. Does Scotty have a channel? Not currently.
Nah.
He needs to fix his camera angle. You're always looking up your nose. My nose? What are you talking about? Make sure to like this stream. That's true. Teacher Impression Oasis fucked me up the night of the... yeah, I do have a fucking pretty funny...
My bye.
I do like this fucking like mumble shit. Today we're gonna be today, but you never did it, but do. Right now you should have gone down when you fun when you something shoe. I don't believe there ain't nobody blueberry dooby doo without you now. Earthbound or Chrono Trigger?
See, finally someone asked a fucking intelligent question. Like, all the other questions I've heard, it's like, oh, garbage. Earthbound or Chrono Trigger, fuck, dude. Oh, man. I've definitely played Chrono Trigger more than Earthbound, but Earthbound is just a kind of a special game. Just a very unique, like, especially in that place and time that it came out, it was just, people were able to experiment, and it's just like childhood nostalgia. So, I mean, if I had to pick the better game, the more unique game, I feel like ultimately the better of the two, which is of course totally subjective. I'd probably pick Earthbound.
Yeah, I like Earthbound's sense of humor. It's like one of the only games where I ever felt like I wanted to talk to everybody.
Oh God, yeah.
Because the dialogue was so good. Everyone like little side characters you just talk to in the town. You want to see what they're gonna say because it was like oftentimes something pretty funny.
I like how you got to call your dad to get money too.
Yeah.
It's like, Dad, look, pops, I need a little cash. Traveling around the world.
Some of those menu systems were pretty fucking agitating, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, you see that with like that's one of the things with definitely you'll see with older games versus modern games. Like the menu systems and shit are generally a lot better and smoother.
Are you a fan of Del Toro films?
Like Pan's Labyrinth, Hellboy. I know he's made a bunch of other shit.
Yeah, I haven't really watched too much, but I've liked what I've seen.
Yeah, I don't especially follow him either. But I mean, I've liked some of the work he's done.
But yeah, I didn't watch Shape of Water or anything. So, speaking of JRPGs, any thoughts on the Yakuza series, you fighting boys? I never fucking played it. I did an episode on the Yakuza recently. It's not coming out for another couple weeks, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I never played the game, so I don't really know much about it. But I mean, it might be fun. I don't know.
I don't think either of us ever played Age of Empires. It's definitely a game like I know they came out with a new one recently or a remake or something.
That Civilization game.
Yeah, I play Civ. I like to play Age of Empires. I like to give it a shot.
Yeah, Sky's always been in them Civ. Yeah, which ones you played? You played most of them, right? Or at least the like most recent ones.
I played 5 and 6. I played some of the earlier ones. I liked playing SimCity as a kid on SNES. I was kind of like building shit, and of course that's more like city based. You know, I always like to fuck with my residents, dude. Because you have residents that literally complain if you have 0% tax rate, and they're like, tax too high. That's like, well, fuck you. I'm gonna give you 20% tax rate. And then I've literally done that before in that game, and it's like, no complaints about tax rate. I'm like, I'm literally taking a fifth of your fucking income, and you're not bitching. I'm giving you, and then other times I'm giving you 0, and you're bitching at me about taxes. How are you fucking bitching about taxes, bitch? It's 0.
Yeah, I love fucking getting the population super high and then jacking up the taxes and getting all kinds of money. That's cool.
Crusader Kings, I think Stevie plays that. It's kind of a fun game.
I don't play nothing.
Yeah,
I don't play shit.
Most recent game we got TJ to play was Disco Elysium.
Yeah, but I only played like one time and then I never played again.
You should beat that game. I think you would enjoy it.
Yeah, maybe I gotta like do it for like a stream or something. I don't know.
Disco Elysium stream.
Dude, I want to do a fucking thick playthrough of Fallout or something though. You seen that shit?
Yeah, I've seen it.
I play it sometimes in the background when I'm talking. Let me just see. Thick Fallout.
Thick is thick Fallout.
Yeah,
Thick.
Fallout 4 Thick Edition. The hell's this? Where's the most recent?
I mean, you get to figure that there are probably some thick people in the wasteland, right?
Right. You know,
So if they're running around in their vault suit,
I guess he's also got a Skyrim thick. I don't know if that's as good. I'm not as familiar with the Skyrim universe, but
me either.
But yeah, here it is. So let's see. I don't know.
Let's see.
Tracking lost souls.
Blah blah blah.
I like necromancers. That's cool.
Damn it! That lock ain't thick. Oh, okay. See, this is a good game right here. See, I don't know. See, this makes me
I mean,
wanna
like
play,
these
I
thick
wanna
chicks
play
can slay.
I want to play Skyrim now.
In the land of Skyrim.
See, this is what I'm talking about. You know, this is what's missing from gaming right here.
You'd be so distracted, though. I don't know. I mean, you probably get killed a lot. You'd be like, oh, let jiggle. Yeah, go up them steps. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a good game.
this game is good now. Remember how this game sucked before? Now it's cool.
Corrupted Shade.
It was just this easy the whole fucking time. You know what I mean? Yeah. I love how the dudes are still just these frumpy little fucking disgusting.
Yeah, that dude should be
townspeople
like,
and
girl,
shit.
you fucking thick. See, they need to do some more voice acting if they want me to get behind such a concept.
Yeah, you're probably right. Let's see. Where's the last Fallout one?
There's
I
one.
already been to that one. That's lame. Battlefront thick. Doesn't even make sense, does it? Oh, I guess it does.
You know, whatever you're interested in
That ain't
life.
thick.
I mean, yeah, that's not too
That ain't
thick.
thick. You crazy. Old Fallout 4 playthrough.
This is old.
This is old. Old, I say.
I mean, I guess if I have to have someone kill me in the wasteland, I mean, at least it better be some thick chick. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Girl, that ass. Now I'm going to blow your brains out. All right. Go ahead.
Why is he sad now? What happened?
Someone sad?
Yeah. Fucking meticule
Probably because
vitriol
they
said
never
they're
got
sad.
to play Fallout 4 Thick Edition.
Oh, no. Poor bastard. I haven't played it either.
TJ will play the game with one hand. I think you're right.
I mean, you know, I don't think that's necessarily true.
You don't think it's necessarily true, but you didn't deny that you would.
You know, I think there might come like a moment or two, and they're just like, I don't know.
No, I mean, in a moment of weakness.
There's a survival porn game coming out. It's called Wildlife. Check it out. Okay.
You have to, like, fuck the animals to death or something? Like, what's going on?
Is there like, I guess they wouldn't have a trailer on YouTube, right? Because it's like
I mean, yeah, it's supposed to be like porn.
wildlife game. Let's see, I don't know.
Maybe you could.
Maybe they got some kind of like, I can't believe this is a real game, lol.
It says 2 years ago.
2 years ago?
I guess that's how long it's been developed.
Build release for April is live. That was 6 months ago. I assume this didn't happen. Oh, here's like a gameplay demo of it. Okay. What's happening? All right. So she's like on the island or whatever. And she's like.
This looks like
naked and
garbage.
Stuff.
It is the custom of our tribe to have lesbian
It is
sex.
our custom to be
while the
jiggly
men of
and
the tribe
such.
fap. Like, come on, what the fuck
Yeah, I
is
don't
this?
Oops, that's not a good angle. Yeah, I don't know.
Doesn't look too interesting.
I guess the top comment is, "Oh my god, that is the most hottest character I ever seen."
I never played Earthbound. Everyone's saying it's good. That's why I'm sad. I like RPG games. Go fucking play it.
Yeah, just go play the fucking thing then.
What's wrong with you? What are you doing here?
What would TJ the video game be like? It'd be like really sad missions, like, you know, wake up, brush your teeth. Everything would be like horrible. There'd be like some nightmare mechanic to do like the least little thing to like symbolize how hard it is for me to even drag my fucking fat ass out of bed in the morning. It'd be like, you'd have to like fight like a blanket monster to even get off the bed. It'd just be like pulling you back in, like, no, I must go.
Blanket used comfortable attack. It was effective.
It wraps itself around you. Oh, I'm so comfy. You know? And then, you know, you got to get up and like brush your teeth. And then like, it's going to be like one of those nightmare scenarios where you got to like basically nail like a button combo of like some hard mode shit in like Guitar Hero or whatever the
Dude,
fuck.
TJ has to shower. It's like, oh my God, that'd be so difficult.
Yeah.
Force TJ to shower. It's like step one, to go to the bathroom. Like you're slowly slumping up. Then it's like all your obstacles, like cats and
You have
dogs
to like
and shit.
And then you like, if you accidentally look in the mirror naked, you like take like a fucking -20 ego points or whatever. Yeah, I mean, like,
You look
that'd
into
be
the
like
mirror and see your fat figure.
your stats would be like ego power. You'd have like an ego meter, and you know you'd have to like keep it reasonably high for me to be motivated to do anything. You know, it'd make things marginally easier, but not much. And you know, stuff like that. There'd be a part where you have to like take a shit. You know, and you'd have to
Ooh,
like,
you gotta battle the turd, dude.
yeah, like a whole long, maybe like a boss
You'd be hit-
battle
you'd
against
hit-
like taking the shit. You'd be like,
Oh, I gotta hit X now.
You have to like rapidly press it, and then like the turd would just like keep going in and out, and then it'd be like one of those pine cone turds where it's like, ah.
Dude, I might just be some God of War shit. Like you're doing all this shit, like you're like fucking in the bathroom, like fighting the fucking turd and shit. Like, ugh.
Yeah, like the whole bathroom would be like its own stage, and taking that shit would be like the final stage. You know, it'd be like you just took a shower. You know, like you take a shower and then you have to take a shit afterwards. You're like, fuck, I just took a shower and I gotta take a shit. And then, you know, you're like miserable because you're like, you should have been the other way around, but it's too late now. And that'll be like the boss of the bathroom level. So they're like, the first level will be getting out of the bed. The second level will be like the bathroom level. The third level will be like you having to sit around and watch TV and like try to like gather up the will to like do something productive. And then like you'll have all these projects that are just like languishing in like development hell, and you're just like trying to make any of them like actually happen. And you sit down and you write like half a script for a video, and then you just go like, I'll finish this later, and then you never look at it again for the rest of your life. That's a stage somehow. I don't know. It's the game of my life is basically just like a horrible existential nightmare that is depressing and bleak. But hopefully it can be made fun. I don't know.
Dude, there should be a level. It's like a labyrinth where it's like 2 days scrolling to find something to watch.
Oh, yeah. That could be a whole level, just trying to find like something on Netflix or something to watch. You just scroll endlessly through. You have to go through it. I mean, we can visualize it somehow. Like we can have like, we can have me as like a character on there, like going into the different worlds of the shows, and they all suck, and I hate them, you know? And you're like desperately searching for like one, like maybe you got like a clock ticking. Like Chelsea is sitting next to you and she's like, come on, pick something to watch. And you got like 20 minutes before she's just like fed up with you scrolling.
Too long.
And then she like, sends like the Devourer upon you or something. Like she opens up a sky portal and it just sucks you into hell. So you got to find something good to watch within 20 minutes. And you got to like go into the different dimensions of the shows to like figure out if any of them are any good. And they all suck, and you're inevitably like, she just grabs the remote and is like, pick something else. And then you got to watch like, I don't know, something bad. I mean, Chelsea at this point really just wants to watch Dexter. So like, if I don't pick something else, it's just going to end up being Dexter until that's done.
I thought you finished Dexter.
Not yet.
Oh, shit. What season are you on?
7.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean...
7.
Do you really have to finish it?
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean...
I gotta say, like, honestly...
I feel bad for you, dude. It's so disappointing to have to live the disappointment again.
I know. But the thing is, I'm really not... I mean, like, Season 7, there's at least still stuff I'm looking forward to in it. But, like... By the time I get to like season 8, there's like nothing I'm gonna look forward to anymore. It's just gonna be like, all right, I gotta get through it.
Yeah, the end is what you look forward to.
Yeah, well, not even that. Just like looking forward to it being over so that I can.
Yeah, they're pushing that shit. Like, I was on Amazon Prime or whatever, and then I was like, they're like, Dexter, get caught up on Dexter because it's coming out November 7th.
No, you can't finish without me. I'm fucking doing it. I've already made it this far. I'm going the whole way. I just dread.
Season 4, I mean, that's pretty much widely agreed that the Trinity Killer is the best villain on Dexter.
Oh my god, yeah. And then like, I don't know. I don't feel like it was really necessarily bad. Like people want to act like it fucking totally fell off right after season 4 and the new creative team took over. But honestly, I feel like they did an okay job 5 and 6. 5 was not my favorite direction, but it was still like at least a season of fucking Dexter. Season 6, once again, I honestly thought season 6 was the best season the new creative team did, and honestly, it's better than season 3, which the original creative team
Season
did.
1, season 2, really good. Season 3,
season 3 is kind of a fart. Season 4 is really good.
Great, one of the best.
Season 5 is kind of like whatever to me. It's okay.
I would
It's
say
got some
season
stuff
4.
that's cool.
If season 4 was like all of Dexter, it would be a top show. But unfortunately, it was a very uneven show.
I mean, even honestly, even when you watch season 4, like there's a lot of shit in there that kind of sucks. Like there's a lot of like, I'll give one thing with the new creative team or like the second creative team of Dexter over the first creative team is the first creative team liked to use office romance as filler, and the new creative team likes to use like crazy fucking plot twists as filler and like wild new wacky characters and shit. And honestly, that's more entertaining to me than office romances and everybody's fucking each other. Like the original creative team is the one that came up with the conceit that like Angel and LaGuerta are dating and shit, which sucked. Dexter kind of sucks over. I don't know. I like the show, but I feel like the last 2 seasons are not super enjoyable for me. I don't want to get into too much because I don't want to spoil it for Chelsea, but there's like a lot of stuff I don't like about those 2 seasons.
that I guess I'll talk
The
about.
the end the ending of the series though, like
The ending of the series is bad.
oh
and,
my
like,
god, dude! Like it was the saddest thing was how I actually called the ending, and I was like, I've never been right about an ending before or since like that. Well, else I knew. Oh my god, dude! The only ending at the top that for worse than me was like, I've got an idea. Let's make Bran king. It's like, I mean, you came to me and told me that, and I was like, just in denial. I'm like, there's no way, man. It's not going to be Bran. Then they fucking trot out Tyrion to be like, it's me, Tyrion. Remember I was good? Now we have Bran. Bran shall be king. Fuck you, Peter Dinklage. Fuck you. Fuck you and everything you ever loved.
He didn't do it, dude.
I know, but still, fuck him. He you know what?
It's not his fault, dude. Honestly, if anything, I admire him for giving the best.
Nah,
read he
dude.
could have fucking done.
He should have put his foot down and been like, Tyrion would never say this
Like,
fucking
I'm
garbage.
never saying any of these things. You're fools. I'll never say it.
Yeah, you know what? Because what are they going to do? Replace him? Fucking make some other stupid ass character say it. Be like, you know what? Make fucking Jaime Lannister or someone else simp for fucking lame ass Bran then, bitch. Oh, he's actually dead. At that point, he's actually dead. Who's still alive? Whatever. One of those fucking people that's still fucking
One
alive.
of the living fuckers. They got.
I don't even give a fuck. That last season sucks so bad. I think I've just tried to permanently fucking block it from my mind.
I feel like Dexter and Game of Thrones have a pretty similar thing with that, where it's like the season 7, you kind of see like some of the rot setting in, but it's not really too bad yet. But then the final season is just like, wow.
It's all right.
I don't even fucking recognize this as the show that I watched
Dude,
up till now.
You know, much like Game of Thrones, just very rushed, very forced. You just feels like so unnatural. The conclusion they give you is just like, okay, we have to end it, so here it is. We're ending.
I mean, Bran the Broken. It's terrible.
Oh my
Whatever.
god.
Dexter doesn't totally suck, but there are much better shows out there. I mean, I don't know. Dexter gives you a unique fucking experience that's not like any other fucking show. I can't think of another show that has the vibe that Dexter has. Like, I don't know. I can't think of anything else that feels the way Dexter feels. It's a totally unique fucking experience. There's no other show like it. So yeah, that you can get. I mean, that to me buys you a lot. If you're the only game in town and you're the only one that's got the vibe, then that does something. Because then if people want that, even if you're doing it badly, even if you're not doing it even remotely as well as it's been done in the past, you're still doing something that no one else is doing. So that kind of was always the strength of Dexter to me, is that, like, there was no alternative that I could turn to as like Dexter, but better. So like when the writers didn't do a good job, you were stuck with them, you know? Unless you wanted to just not watch Dexter, but I always wanted to watch it. I watched to the fucking bitter end, and I'm watching it again, so... Obviously, I like it. Even the fucking lesser seasons, I guess I have some affinity for, because I like the character and I like.
And
the
they're bringing
world.
him back, so maybe they'll have some redemption for Dexter. Maybe they'll fucking retcon the other shitty ending and be like, Dexter just skipped town.
Dexter's gone.
I mean, that literally would have been a better ending in my mind. Like, Dexter just skips town. Heat's on, he's gone. Now he's a lumberjack in fucking
I honestly
Portland,
think it's better.
Oregon or
the
whatever.
original ending was going to be Dexter is like getting executed by the state, and he's like sees all his victims or whatever the fuck, and I'm like, that kind of sucks too. So I'm kind of glad they didn't do that.
Yeah, fuck that. Dexter skips town and goes and does his shit somewhere else.
I just never even fucking thought you needed to end Dexter. Like, just fucking, I don't know. It should just keep going forever. Like, what the fuck else is fucking goddamn Michael C. Hall doing? You know what I mean? Like,
Fuck that, dude. Dexter was all a dog's dream.
Yeah.
Just go with that fucking...
Rover wait. You know, it's like, what?
Well, you have no idea to end the series.
And then Dexter, just like the real Dexter, walks up. Is like, oh, good boy, Sparky, you know.
Time to go for your walk.
Sparky's like, whoa, ride the raciest dream.
And the dog looks at the camera. He looks up and Dexter smiles. And then it just ends.
Yeah, you know.
It's like, was it true or not? You'll never know. Then people can endlessly argue, like, no, it was. Here's all the clues. That at least would have been a better fucking ending, dude. Just like, I don't know. He's a lumberjack or whatever bullshit. It's like, oh, fuck off with that.
Yeah, whatever. Have you seen Midnight Mass? That show is fantastic.
No,
I think
haven't seen it.
Stevie's a fan of it. I think he tried to put it on when I was around. I don't know. I'm just not even, I don't care. Maybe I should. There's like a bunch of shows that I'm like, that's probably good. Maybe I should watch that. There's buzz around that.
But right now I'm just watching Dexter, so whatever. Maybe I'll fucking be in the market for a new show afterwards. But
Got your show here, hot show here. What's the show got to offer? I don't know, maybe. There's so many
on
shows
the
now.
flashback scenes and Halloween Kills. That was cool. It added to the mythology. It gave us an alternative wrap up to the night that he came home. Because, we'd seen the official Halloween 2 version of that. We'd never seen this different iterations version of how that night wrapped up. I think it was important to show it. And
For certain. I mean, if you're
I
interested
thought
in the
it
new
was-
series, yeah.
it was cool. I mean, Loomis was brought back pretty effectively in my mind. I didn't think this special effect was bad. I mean, it wasn't like perfect.
Dude,
but
the
it
deep
wasn't-
fake Loomis.
It wasn't like super awkward like I've seen some other. I think because it was kind of kept in shadow to an extent, it kind of worked a little better.
Definitely the benefit of a horror movie, right? Is that you can just because Loomis didn't have to be like in the middle. Like they could have done a scene with him in like obviously the mental hospital, and that would have been like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah, you didn't have to see him in like amazing lighting, so you could kind of hide the defects with some special effects and stuff.
Also benefits from not having to be recast. You know what I mean? Like they could have obviously made someone else be like, I'm Loomis, and you'd be like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have. I don't know. It's better. I feel like it's better to bring back Donald Pleasance somehow, and they did. And I thought it was a good move. And they didn't overdo it. They had a couple scenes with him to kind of establish that he was there.
I don't really agree with the Halloween 3 thing. He said
Halloween 3. You'll be surprised to know that that's like a really
I know. I've
beloved movie now.
I mean, I just totally disagree.
I never
on
liked
that.
it.
Yeah, I'm
I
not a
always
fan.
thought it was a disappointment.
Even as little kids, when me and him watched, we were like, "What the fuck? It's some little lame mask or some shit like the mask or whatever." And I was like, "What the fuck is this? Like, this movie sucks." I just hated it, dude. I just wasn't a fan. I'm like, "Where's Michael Myers? Like, where's like him just wantonly killing, fucking co-eds and shit? Where's this? It's like it's not a slasher film. I don't know. Is that too much to ask for me? When I'm sold the slasher film, there's gonna be slashing.
Fleshaga gave 100 sex.
100 sex. Whoa.
It says Star Trek Discovery. I'm old as ass, yet I respect the series. It's really good. I know a lot of people don't agree with you. I know my uncle is a huge fan. I tried to watch it. I didn't hate it, but I didn't really get into it either. I didn't feel like it disrespected Star Trek or the lore. It just wasn't really what I was looking for.
Did you watch Picard?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you think about that?
I liked Picard, and a lot of people are on me about that. Just like, you're stupid, Picard sucks. I'm like, why does it suck? Because RLM said it sucked. Watch the RLM video. It's like, well, I don't...
Who said it sucked?
Red Letter Media.
Oh, who fucking cares?
Yeah, well, a lot of people get their media takes from Red Letter Media.
Yeah, I mean,
They just,
look, they can like it or
they get
not.
their little thoughts regurgitated.
Look, I
into
get
their fucking
that.
empty heads.
I get why they would say that, and not just because. I mean, look, I understand why Red Letter Media. They're a fan of the original series. Probably they're a fan of Next Generation, and that whole time period where they did it, those 90s and 2000s ones have a totally different feel than Discovery or Picard. So I get if you were expecting that product to come out of that or something similar, why you'd be like, I don't know, I'm not so hot on this. But it's a different vision, different take. I don't think it's the best series the Star Trek series. In my opinion, that's Deep Space Nine or The Next Generation. But
I mean, it's had one fucking season. I don't know how many it's going to get because Picard, obviously.
Patrick Stewart's
a very old man.
He's old as the fucking hills, man. So he's about 80?
Yeah, some crazy shit like that. So I feel like H3 is because it's called Halloween. If his name's something, no, people have made this argument to me. So I watched the movie again, and I watched it. I'm like, I'm going to watch this not as a Halloween film, but as a standalone movie. I'm not going to think of it in terms of it being a Halloween film. I'm going to think of it in terms of its own thing, and I still thought it was boring as shit.
Yeah.
I still didn't see what the fucking point was. It didn't seem like it had any sort of deeper thing to say. It wasn't scary. It had one or two good scenes that were kind of cool and a lot of fucking yammering that was very expository and stilted and uninteresting, and a very ludicrous plot about neo-pagans using magic from Stonehenge to turn children's heads into bugs, and I didn't care. I didn't think it was a cool concept. I didn't think it was an interesting movie. I thought it sucked. I thought it was lame. I didn't like the guy that was the main actor in it. I've seen him in some other stuff, and he's been all right. But I think his name is Tom Adkins, something like that. I don't care for him really all that much. I've seen him do better than that, but not by much. He's not interesting to me as an actor. there was not really a lot of this. I mean, like the elements just weren't there for me for the movie. I didn't care about it. I don't care. I just don't give a fuck about it. You know, I'm glad you guys found something to like in it. I just don't get it. It's not for me. I like Michael Myers, the slasher monster villain that goes around and stabs people, and even he's
I mean,
a lot of times.
If you like, you know, like, oh, you know, Halloween can be multiple things and it stands as its own film. It's like, well, yeah, but you gotta understand, people are being sold on the concept because they've seen Halloween 1 and 2. So then coming in with Halloween 3 and it's totally different.
I mean, if it had like some kind of similar vibe in some way, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, but it's just a totally different. It's like the problem I have with it is it seems like a nameless, not a nameless, but a shameless cash grab based on the strength of the other two films.
Turns children's heads into bugs. Dude, it's the only cool scene in the movie. So the premise is there's like a neo-pagan cult that's using technology but magic at the same time to turn children's heads into like snakes and bugs and stuff by broadcasting this particular message while they're wearing this particular mask that has this like dark magic built into it. And so when they see it, it's like a mass sacrifice. All the kids are gonna their heads melt into bugs and they just die and the parents scream and all this. And there's a scene that shows it in the movie, and the scene's really cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Everything else in the movie sucks. It's just a lame-ass movie. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, yeah, I'll grant it that one scene.
It's fucking cool. I mean, it really is cool.
I mean, it's hard to argue that.
But that's what you think of when you think of the movie. You know, you don't think of fucking any goddamn thing else. The Fog and Escape from New York, at least. Yeah, I guess... Was Tom Hanks on Escape from New York? I guess he must be if you're saying he was, but I don't even remember him in that.
Yeah, I enjoyed Escape from New York. The Fog, I mean, really,
I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
You haven't seen Escape from New York?
I haven't seen The Fog.
Oh, The Fog. I've seen it on TV and like parts of it. I just wasn't super interested in it. I'm not a fan of vampires.
Yeah, vampires to me sucked. I don't know.
The ending especially. Like, I mean,
I just thought the whole thing was just like real
slow.
Yeah, like I was just like, I expected to be more entertained than I am right now, especially John Carpenter, you know? I don't know.
I just have lofty. When I hear that name attached to it, especially back in the day, John Carpenter, because I know he doesn't really do much now for the most part. I mean, he's like a producer on the Halloween movies.
And he scores
the yeah, I mean, super talented guy. I made a lot of movies. Like The Thing is one of my favorite movies. But yeah, just that vampire is like, as much as I want to like it, I just can't find myself liking it. And that's like, honestly, the attitude I went in. I'm like, it's John Carpenter. But every time I've watched it, I've always just found myself clinically bored. You know what I mean?
So fucking standard. You know what I mean? Like, you'd expect that it was going to like bring something new to the genre or something, and it's just very rote and generic. And I don't even really fucking understand what the appeal was or why John Carpenter was interested in the project. Because it's not like, I don't know. It's like, what's the twist? It's just like a straight up vampire movie that's not particularly fucking interesting or good. So I don't know. There's not.
The
even
Mist
really
is
much
a great
story.
movie. I love The Mist.
Yeah, Mist is good. Do you recommend any Halloween movies now that it's all been rebooted? What do you mean? Like in the original, like in the Halloween series? I would say Halloween, the original, is worth watching. I mean, if you just want the worth watching ones, as far as I'm concerned, as someone who's seen them all, Halloween's worth watching. Halloween 4 is worth watching if you can get past the fact that Michael Myers looks terrible in it.
Oh, yeah, he does. Yeah.
Halloween, I don't know. I guess H2O maybe is worth watching.
That's more for like how bad it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as bad as 5 or 6, but it is not great.
I mean, that's
Resurrection.
It's like comparing like a dog turd or a cat turd. I mean, like, come on, there's 5 and 6.
I guess I'd say
abysmal.
I recommend watching the Rob Zombie Halloween once and seeing if you like it. If you do, maybe checking out.
I mean, some people enjoyed it. Rob Zombie tried to give Michael Myers like a more sympathetic, like, let's get inside his psychology.
I don't really
more.
like that at all. But if you like that take, that's there. And then I think the new ones are great. So
I'll tell you what, the new ones definitely rejected that theory. Like they're like, Michael Myers, like, man, we can study him. Or it's like, no, he's evil. He's pure evil.
Halloween 2 is worth watching too. I haven't seen Halloween 2 in a long time, so you might be right. I'll have to check that out at some point. Are there any really good modern horror films? The last thing that legit scared me was Get Out.
Get Out was good.
I didn't really find Get Out to be scary, but
yeah, but I liked it.
I'm not black, so I mean, it's not like catering to my fears.
A lot of people like Hereditary. A lot of people like Midsummer. You know, same director there.
I watched Hereditary. I didn't think it was scary, but I liked it. I don't know.
Slow burn ones. There's like I like one. It Follows. That's kind of an interesting horror film.
Yeah, that was
came out in
fun.
2014.
I like that.
I mean, just kind of like something always coming towards the person. You know, always like like the fact this person would never have any respite of any kind. A lot of people kind of like give it like it's about sexual. Like being like sexually transmitted diseases.
I don't think Halloween 4 is terrible. I think Michael Myers looks bad in it, but I think the movie actually, I don't know. I feel like it has some energy to it, and it's not anywhere near as good as the original, but I don't think it's total trash.
Oh, The Lighthouse? Yeah, The Lighthouse is another great movie.
I'm trying to think of a fucking recent horror movie that actually fucking, like, scared me on any level. I can't think of one, to be honest.
I don't like it's scared by movies like that.
Yeah, I'm not really, like, a big on the whole, like, I'm scared thing. I know it's definitely happened, but it's been a long fucking time. I don't even remember the ending from It Follows. I just remember the movie.
They basically go to a pool and, because the creature or whatever it is.
That did kind of suck.
I mean, endings suck, though. I mean, I agree with you, but I don't really think they knew what else to do with it. And it's like, yet again, it's like why endings in movies are not great. It's just a fucking fact.
Yeah, I mean, they probably could have fucking come up with something better than that. I don't know. But yeah, it sucked pretty much. It was like just really weird. It was like a weird plan. I don't know. Why people say The Lighthouse is a horror film? I don't know. Maybe it's because it is. It is a horror film.
It's a psychological horror film.
Yeah, it's definitely a horror film. Like, it's literally about a cosmic horror. I mean, yeah. There's like a demon mermaid in it.
It's about isolation.
Yeah.
It's about like... It's almost like the depths of like the human psyche unraveling.
Yeah, but there's also like this supernatural element that you're like not sure if it's like real or in his head.
Well, that's why I'm saying that. It's like one of those things where it's like, is he crazy? There's so many layers to The Lighthouse. It's just a great film.
But yeah, The Lighthouse is, I would definitely qualify it as a horror film.
And we all did a review of it. We basically blew the movie. So
yeah. Lighthouse is a horror film.
The Descent,
Jaws is a horror film too.
The Descent is a very claustrophobic film, so if you kind of have that this oh my god.
See, I never had the claustrophobia thing too much. I think it's kind of cool that it dropped like a supernatural thing on you like halfway through the movie, kind of unexpectedly. But
there are loads of films with great endings. I'm not saying no film. I'm saying most films as a general rule.
There's no, Scotty, what you said was...
Yeah, so you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Never good, Scotty. Never good. Not even one.
Yeah, I wasn't saying there's never been a good ending in film history. I'm saying most endings will leave you disappointed.
Yeah, a lot of films don't seem to know exactly where to fucking end. I feel like a lot of movies, it's not even really that the ending sucks. It's just that there's like stuff that happens afterwards that doesn't need to be there. Usually like trying to tie up some like loose ends.
Yeah, that don't even fucking matter.
And it's like, you can leave a loose end or two. Who cares? It's not a conventional horror movie, which makes it. What does conventional horror movie mean though? Like, the horror genre has always been home to all sorts of different sort of subgenres and stories and things. It's not like there's always been the existential horror film. You know what I mean? There's always been the cosmic horror. There's always been the isolation horror. There's always been the body horror. There's always been the slasher horror. There's always been there's all like the monster horror. And
oh my god!
Movies bounce around those different genres,
Oh my god! You literally did say it. Shut the fuck up! Don't be so fucking dense. Oh my god! Don't be so fucking dense and stupid. Like, you had to be fucking spoon fed. Like, oh man, we're having a cavalier conversation. It's like, no, you literally said this. Like, no, that's not what I'm fucking saying, asshole. I'm saying it's a general fucking rule. Okay, let me spell it out for you. You want some more baby food? Put in your mouth. God, it's infuriating.
Don't take everything so fucking literally. All right, like. It's like if I'm like, man, I just can't.
I love spam. It's the only thing Scotty eats is spam. He said he loves it.
It's like someone says, I can't get a break. It's like, no, you never get a break even for a second ever. You said never. It's like, don't be so fucking literalistic.
That's what I'm saying to you. Don't be fucking literalistic. I'm not fucking meaning that every single fucking movie ending of all time is fucking blown. Actually, you know what? I'll fucking even give you something here. You know what ending I like for a fucking movie? We just watched it. It was the fucking the Golem movie, and we're basically a little kid defeats the Golem by taking off the thing on his chest. Why is Scott so insecure? Oh my god, Dude, what's this pathetic fucking fishing shit here? Like, why are you so insecure? I'm not insecure. I'm arguing with a point that was made. Do you understand the fucking difference? Oh my God, some people.
Holy shit! Is it really impossible to consider that you phrased something poorly?
When did I say that? When did I say that I was fucking not? I mean, like, I said something. Who cares? Move the fuck on. Or I mean, like, get a fucking life, bro. I don't care about it. I fucking said what I had to say on it. If you want to keep talking about it, go talk to the fucking ether. Scotty kills the chat. Oh my God. Fuck you. Go cry, bitch. You think I fucking care? I'm not. I don't fucking give a shit. I'm just trying to have a fucking conversation. It's like I made one little statement you guys didn't like. Then I give you clap back, and it's like you're insecure. Oh my God, what is this fucking middle school? You know, I hear Scotty goes behind the building and cries every day. Cry, baby, Scotty. I just heard it though. I didn't see it. I mean, what is this shit? Come on, bro.
It's just the chat.
It's like, I know it's fucking so fucking. Why is so insecure that go to insult now? Do you know English word?
And this is why Scott doesn't have a stream.
I can stream if I want, bitch. I don't. You think that's because of? I like it. Like, look, I don't mind arguing with people. You guys are the ones to take it so personally. Like, you think I'm like upset and I'm gonna go tell everyone my life? Like, okay, I was in a stream and someone disagreed with me. Then I said some salty shit to them, and then they said some salty shit back, and my life's over. Like, what do you think I'm gonna do?
Scotty's Patreon streams. What the fuck? You're responding to me. I'm just replying. Don't act like this is some point I'm hell bent on defending. You're still doing it though.
Oh my God. I don't care. Let's just end it.
It never stops. It follows. You're not you when you're hungry. Eat a Snickers. I should probably eat something actually because I haven't eaten today. All right, well, I'm going to go wash the makeup off my face and do some other business with Scotty here. Hope you guys enjoyed the conversation with Vaush earlier.
Yes, I actually hate every movie now.
Enjoyed Scotty yelling about some kind of crazy shit about every movie having a terrible ending.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Every movie has a horrible ending, and I'm sticking to it.
What movie has the best ending, Scotty?
None of them. Besides the Golden movie I mentioned. Every other movie
though sucks. So that's like the exception that proves the rule. Well, thank you guys for joining in. Appreciate you. Appreciate the people who donated. Appreciate everybody who fucking watched, listened, ranted, raved, argued, cajoled, whatever you did.
I still love you too, beefy business. Gotta love everybody.
It's 420, you know, so I gotta go.
Bye, guys.
Oh yeah, give the stream a thumb up and all that shit.
Props to TJ for his stream.